engines must be handled very differently, and at the time of the Burley piston was past. The early jet engines were particularly sensitive to mishandling and were slow to spool up, very unlike piston engines, so it was important to train on jets. At the time, the McDonnell Douglas Banshee was one of the most numerous carrier aircraft in the United States Navy, and it used two of the Westinghouse J-34 engines. The J-34 was development of the J-30, America's first indigenous axial flow turbojet. This 3,400 pound thrust engine was then designated for the new trainer. The first version of North American model NA-288, designated Tango 2 Juliet-1 by the US Navy, was a mid-wing single-engine monoplane with trainee and instructor sitting in tandem on North American-built ejection seats, with the rear instructor seat raised to give a good view over the trainee's head. The aircraft's unswept wing structure was based on that of the FJ-1 Fury, while its control system was based on the T-28 Charlie. The early model T2-J1S, later called the T-2As, entered service in July of 1959, and the first cadets to qualify as carrier pilots in the TA-2A did so aboard the aircraft carrier USS Antietam, Charlie Victor-36, on June the 2nd, 1960. The TA-2 was severely underpowered, and although more than 200 were built, it did not replace the T-28 as planned. Redesigned with twin Pratt & Whitney J60 turbofan engines of 3,000 pound thrust each, the T2B was a huge improvement over its single engine brother. Or should I say predecessor, with its performance matched more closely with the jet fighters of the day, entered service in December of 1965. The first T2B carrier landing by a student was on September the 2nd, 1966, on the U.S. aircraft carrier Lexington. Luckily for some, the Navy was not entirely happy with the T2B and ordered a further evolution, the T2C. This was introduced in 1968 with General Electric J85-GE-4 engines. The C model became the main production version of the T2 and was then the main Navy trainer for more than 30 years. Over 350 of these aircraft were built. This preference for the J-85 engine meant that the T2Bs were retired and stored while relatively new, leaving their newer sisters to bear the brunt of training into the 2000s. By then the T2s were reaching the end of their fatigue lives, and increasingly T2Bs were recovered from mothballs and put back into service while the Navy anxiously awaited its new aircraft, the T-45 Gossaw, the derivative of the Hawk. Retired again, Ron's T2B was stripped of useful parts and sent to a children's playground to be played upon. The last T2 carrier landing was that of a T2C on July the 25th, 2003, aboard the aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman. That might have been the end for Ron's aircraft, but it was rescued and sent to the descendant of North American Rockwell, then known as Saberliner, for a full rebuild. All the latest modifications that Saberliner had incorporated into extending the lives of the T2Cs were incorporated into this aircraft, which still had almost 60% of its fatigue life remaining. In 2007, Dave Stock was looking to win a contract to take over the maritime patrol of South Africa's coastline from the South African Air Force. Dave had secured a maritime C-47 and some other aircraft, and Ron Wilden had acquired a Cessna 402B to add to the offering. While the contract was not won, it had planted a seed. Ron was convinced that the answer to South African maritime patrol needs was the Navy's Lockheed S-3 Viking aircraft, then being withdrawn from use. There were no Vikings for sale though, but in 2009, the T2B was offered for sale by Courtesy Aircraft Sales in the United States. Ron saw this as a demonstrator and as a means of getting into a naval aircraft that could appear at air shows with shorter runways than suit his hunters, and he bought the aircraft in 2010.
Well, there's the whole history of the Buckeye given to by Leon du Plessis. You see the arm that catches the trap when they're on the deck of an aircraft carrier. Coming in here nice and slow, just giving us a demo, undercarriage down, and of course the hook that would normally catch the cable. Being flown here by the Argentinian pilot with Ron Wielden with him. All we got was call sign Lobo. I believe that his name is being withheld for security purposes. Watching Ron and Lobo in the T2 Buckeye. Just going around skirting around Waterkloof. Wonderful to see this aircraft. It's been fully refurbished. Must have cost a lot of money. And of course, Jean Rousseau from Tafasa, the Test Flight Academy of South Africa, where he's got top-notch pilots working for him. Here now, the Buckeye approaching towards the tower as he cleans up nicely, tucks in the undercarriage. He keeps the hook out. Very interesting aircraft. I remember the excitement when the aircraft arrived in South Africa. High speed fly past.
The T2 Buckeye has a maximum speed of 500 knots, which is about 926 kilometers, and it's got an impressive range of 1,000 nautical miles. That's a whopping 1,850 kilometers. It's got a great service ceiling, which means it can fly up to an altitude of 40,000 feet. It's got a very comfortable and compact length of just 11 meters, and it has a wingspan of also 11.58 meters. It's got a decent height of 12 feet, which is about 3.8 meters, and an empty weight of 7,100 pounds. That's a comfortable 3,221 kilograms. The Buckeye has a maximum takeoff weight of 14,500 pounds and has a thrust to weight ratio with the engines of the dual J85 engines providing a combined thrust of 1,000 pounds per feet, giving it a very good acceleration as a training aircraft. While primarily a trainer, the T2C could be fitted with two .5-inch machine guns and could carry practice bombs or rockets for weapons training.
Once again, the undercarriage down. Well, I've just heard, unfortunately, we didn't get information on who is flying other than Lobo. So the back seater is in actual fact James O'Connell. The back seater is James O'Connell, and James O'Connell is one of the top test pilots. He hails from the Test Flight and Development Center and is now working at the Test Flight Academy of South Africa. Coming up next will be my friends from China, and they will demonstrate the Chinese Y20. I must say a very, very big thank you to this entire team, in particular to the lovely Major. I've said she is Miss China, stunningly beautiful young lady that we are working with. And she said to me, Brian, before any South Africans get any ideas, I am getting married when I get back to China, and my fiance is a big Chinese soldier. He is a captain. So bad luck, South Africa. So with me over here is one of the two Chinese commentators, Ni hao.
Ni hao, Brian.
There you are. Did I get it right today? Did I get it right? I did. My Mandarin is coming on. So, how are you enjoying your stay here?
I enjoyed a lot.
You enjoyed a lot. And the food is still good.
Food is so good. Weather is very nice, better than yesterday.
Well, we see this beautiful Y20 coming into view here, and Hao is standing next to me, Major Hao. She has the captain who's with her here. She'll introduce him. She's going to be talking Mandarin, commentary in Mandarin, and commentary in English. So I'm going to hand over now to the Chinese team, all the way from the Chinese Air Force. The major is an engineer. And the captain is a staff officer. Got a lot of senior Chinese personnel over here watching, as well as the senior colonel. Well, it's time for Africa to see the Chinese Y-20. So the major's just told me that she's just waiting for the aircraft to turn, and as it turns, then she will start commentating. Very, very special welcome to Colonel Harradine, who's up here with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Please look to your left. The aircraft about to take off is Y-20 from Chinese People's Liberation Army Air Force, also known as 鲲鹏。亲爱的各位观众，即将起飞的是来自中国空军的运20飞机鲲鹏。Kunpeng is a legendary creature from ancient Chinese mythology that combines features of a giant fish and bird with a massive size spanning thousands of miles, soaring through both the sky and the ocean. The Y-20 is a new generation, large-scale, multi-purpose transport aircraft independently developed and manufactured by China. It is an important part of weapon system for the Chinese Air Force of long-range strategic supply transport, personnel deployment, and weapon delivery missions. And piloting our aircraft are members of the flight crew who achieved first place in the domestic military competitions. Now, let's enjoy this amazing flying spectacle.
The aircraft first will demonstrate a rapid takeoff and climb maneuver. Now the Y-20 is accelerating, and then it will use high-speed, high-pitch angle climb to showcase its excellent flight power and maneuverability to quickly reach high altitude. The Y-20 is now at 1,300 feet, and it is about to initiate a steep turn with a bank angle of 45 degrees to the right. Now the aircraft is starting a 45 degree. The aircraft is heading towards the airport, gradually descending to 200 feet. This is an ultra-low altitude flight. Come on, let's experience this breathtaking scene together.
Look, the White is about to make its first pass over the runway. The aircraft is accelerating and the roar is getting louder.
The aircraft is orbiting up with a large angle of elevation. Large slopes orbiting is not difficult for fighter jets, but for transport aircraft with such massive size, the lift area will be significantly reduced during large slope turns. However, the Y-20 aircraft can easily complete the large slope orbiting, demonstrating its excellent effective lift characteristics and strong maneuverability. In actual combat situations, this can greatly enhance its survivability in complex terrain environments.
At this moment, the aircraft is orbiting about us at an angle of 50 degrees. Look, it looks just like a hunting falcon, orbiting in search of prey. Now the aircraft had exited its orbiting, and we can see that the landing gear has been lowered. It will now adjust its position for a low-speed approach. Within our range, the Y-20 aircraft demonstrates its excellent flight performance, maintaining stability in both high angles and large slope changes. Its flight trajectory is smooth and its movements are fluid, showcasing the beauty of industrial design. Now the aircraft is about to perform a low-speed, low-altitude pass over the runway. We can see that both the leading edge slats and trailing edge flaps of the aircraft are fully extended. It spreads its wings completely. May I have your attention, please? Now Kunpeng rocks its wings to salute to the audience. Please wave with Kunpeng. It's Y20's last show in South Africa. Also a wave goodbye to everybody. Beautiful wave goodbye.
Now the aircraft has passed through the viewing area. The roll of the engines allows us to feel the aircraft's powerful thrust. The aircraft will make a short approach within everyone's sight, which not only reflects its excellent aerodynamic characteristics, but also demonstrates its precise navigation capabilities. Dear audience, as you can see, our aircraft can this short approach can control small distance position errors, ensuring accurate flight trajectory and minimizing exposure time during entry into enemy-controlled areas in real combat situations, enabling quick landing.
It shows a short landing now. Everybody, look the aircraft. The air crew of Y-20 is greeting with us. You can see the national flags of China and South Africa. You can see that the landing just now was very ethereal, like an eagle perching on the mountaintop. Very beautiful. The air crew is saying goodbye with us. With the flags. Our air show has come to an end. Thank you for your interest and affection for the Y-20. And it's a great pleasure to be in our beautiful South Africa. Thank you all. Thank you, Brian.
Well, let's give him a nice round of applause. A big thank you. Very, very big thank you. And what a pleasure to work with you and your staff officer next to you. We bid farewell to our Chinese friends. We've been working with them since they've arrived here. Take care and enjoy the Millipop and Boerewors. To take you through the Beech 18 flown by Flippy Vermeulen, Captain Flippy Vermeulen. Flying with him will be his son Ben, and someone who knows that aircraft pretty well is Leon. He's flown in it many, many, many times. So we'll take you through the Beechcraft of Flippy Vermeulen.
Well, folks, welcome to Springbok Classic Air's historic Beech 18. Zulu Sierra, Oscar India Juliet. Aircraft being flown there by Senior Captain Flippy Vermeulen, a retired South African Airways pilot. And he has just got an absolute passion for aviation, and particularly historic aviation. The aircraft that is flying there, that's the Beech 18. The design evolved from the Lockheed Electra in 1937. Only 6 Electras remain flying, continuously produced from 1937 to November 1969. That's over 32 years, the world's record at that time. Over 9,000 of these aircraft were produced, making it one of the world's most widely used light aircraft. By contrast, over 7,200 examples of the Boeing 737 have been built, but well over 2,000 are on order still. Our Beech 18 was built in 1959 and is the only remaining example in airworthy condition in Africa, although there are still many remaining in the world. Flyable. The aircraft is powered by 2 of the superb Pratt & Whitney Junior Wasp engines of 450 horsepower each. The Beech 18 was produced in both civilian and military versions. This aircraft's career began with Millard Air in Canada, delivering small freight, and came to South Africa in the early 90s and was completely refurbished in 1994 with an all aluminium polish finish. She served with the non-government organization Mercy Air from 1994 until 2010, supporting mission work in Southern Africa, and flew 2,200 hours at that time. She had 3 engine changes and in 2000 had her nose extended. She also became a Hollywood star in 2008 when, supported by Hilary Swank and Richard Gere, she featured in the movie Amelia Earhart, who disappeared over the Pacific Ocean in 1937. The orange trim on the aircraft remains from a movie debut, reflecting the colors of Earhart's own aircraft. In 2010, she was sold to Batalier Air in Namibia, where she was stranded at Soesusvlei, and in 2013 was rescued by Captain Flippy Vermeulen, recovered and brought back to Rand Airport. If you want to fly in this aircraft, contact Springbok Classic Air at Rand Airport, and they will take you for flights over Johannesburg. If you want to go on a long country safari, this aircraft is also available for that. This aircraft is a 9-seater and very comfortable to fly in and popular on these African safaris. Captain Flippy Vermeulen, having flown with South African Airways, he started on the 727s and then the 737s, and then he, as first officer, and he progressed through to international flights, and he ended up flying the 747-400, and when the aircraft was taken out of service, he went on to the Airbus A340. and the series, and he flew that until his retirement. He's got approximately 27,000 flying hours.
Yes, Leon, it's actually just over there. It's 27,500 hours by Captain Flippy Vermeulen. And his story is very interesting because he started as a 7-year-old boy growing up on a remote farm in the then Western Transvaal, where he watched the Douglas DC-4s of SAA passing overhead on their way to Windhoek, Namibia. And he says that from that young age, he dreamed of one day piloting one of these magnificent machines. So Flippy, or rather Captain Flippy Vermeulen, joined the SA Air Force on a short service contract after finishing matric. He earned his wings in 1968, and he flew Harvards and then later the DC-3s. Clearly, his love affair with the venerable Dakota started at the tender age of just 19 years old and lasts to this very day. As you just mentioned, during his time at SAA, he flew the Boeing 707s, 727s, and the 737s, as well as the 747s, the Queen of the Skies, and just like you mentioned, the A320s and A340s. His airline career spanned a whopping 42 years, and as we mentioned, earning him 27,500 flying hours. He has flown the DC-4 named Lebombo to Oshkosh before, and he has also flown displays, and he performed displays also in Switzerland, Germany, and in South Africa. He's displayed many aircraft types, including the very DC-4 and his immaculately restored DC-3, and in recent years, the beautiful Beechcraft that he owns.
He's got the Springbok Classic Air, is based at Rand Airport. They've got a flying school there, as well as they do maintenance on aircraft. And if you want to stay over at Rand Airport, there is the Dakota Lodge. It's a 4-star establishment, and very, very popular, and lovely service, lovely rooms. All the rooms have aircraft names. So if you ever have to stay over you come from afar and you need to stay over in a comfortable place, the place to go is Dakota Lodge, based at Rand Airport. And the aircraft you see there now, that's the Paramount organization's aircraft called Mwari. And we'll give you the information on the Mwari now. The Mwari is a remarkable light multi-role aircraft developed by Alouette Holdings, a joint venture between Paramount Group and Aerosuit. The Mwari was designed to serve as a cost-effective and versatile platform for various roles. It combines the attributes of a reconnaissance aircraft and a counter-insurgency aircraft, making it suitable for both civilian and military applications. As you'll notice, the engine is fitted at behind the cockpit, so the propeller does not pull the aircraft, it actually pushes the aircraft. In 2009, the Paramount Group initiated the design work on the Alouette project. The Alouette draws inspiration inspiration from helicopters, featuring a steep tandem canopy and unconventional layout. Its developers envisioned it as an alternative to expensive jet-powered aircraft such as the Sukhoi Su-25. The Mwari serves as a reconnaissance, counterinsurgency and precision strike aircraft. It can carry a wide range of weapons, sensors and systems during airborne missions. Folks, this is the Mwari. Got a range of 1,150 nautical miles. It's got a maximum ceiling of 21,000 feet, and it cruises at 230 knots. Aircraft is rapidly deployable with hybrid ISR and close air support capabilities for which no other platform has been specifically designed. Mwari ensures smarter capability and better mission success at less than $1,000 an hour. A rugged aircraft, it is designed for missions in remote and austere environments requiring minimum logistical support. Mwari is the ultimate solution to the capability, a truly multi-role aircraft with tactical versatility and real-time C4JSR requirements, perfectly suited to modern threats and Air Force requirements. This aircraft is piloted by Mark Berg.
A very beautiful and heartwarming morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Shoroma, and I will be commentating on the Gripen JAS D39. And that is the powerful sound of freedom. We are about to witness a beautiful air display. The agility and performance of the Gripen fighter aircraft will now be displayed by Lieutenant Colonel Josimang ADCHO, training officer at 2 Squadron Air Force Base Makado shortly. He will position for a run-in and perform various maneuvers, including double rolls, several roll away into 90 by 270, half horizontal 8, several wing overs with a bit of a roll there, turning right and round to position himself. Double roll, stand by for the double roll. That is Cypher. Now on a 90 by 270, going to the right hand side, coming back for the steep 10 shortly. He's returning for the steep 10, flying southerly. Lieutenant Colonel Josimang ADCHO was born in Mangaung, Bloemfontein. That is a steep 10, 360 degree, turning around, and to eventually be facing south again. This gentleman was born 36 years ago, and he matriculated at Hoodisa Technical School in Bloemfontein in the year 2005. Now going for the maneuver on the southern side with a bit of beautiful, lovely rolls. This is incredible. On his return, he'll be coming in for the slow roll to the north. Cypher joined the South African Air Force in the year 2006. Stand by for the double roll. That is the raw, one bit of, that is the slow roll. Slow roll by Cypher. Now on a 90 by 270 to reposition himself for the half horizontal 8. And Cypher obtained the South African Air Force wings in the year 2009. He is a pilot, attack instructor on the Hawk Mark 120 aircraft. Half horizontal 8. He's on the half horizontal 8. Cypher has over 1,700 military flying hours, and he is a B category instructor pilot. That is Cypher. The Gripen is a multi-role 4th generation fighter aircraft operated by 2 Squadron from off Air Force Base Makado in Louis Trichardt, Limpopo Province in South Africa. The aircraft is primarily used to protect the sovereignty of the South African airspace through air defense missions such as intercepts, combat air patrols, fighter sweep, escorts, reconnaissance, close air support, maritime operations, as well as pre-planned strikes.
The Swedish Gripen first raising service ceiling of approximately 50,000 feet, which is...
And that is Cypher. Cypher is married to Marang, And they're together blessed with 3 beautiful children, namely Hosana, Halalelo, and Habiso. He is currently the training officer at 2 Squadron Air Force Base Makado. Additionally, Sci-Fi enjoys watching sport and documentaries. He also enjoys running, listening to music, and spending his time with the family. The other aircraft flown by Sci-Fi include PC-7 Mark II aircraft, Hawk Mark 120 lead-in fighter trainer. And Sci-Fi's highlights include airstrikes missions in support of the South African Army, in the exercises such as Lion Eagle, Forward Air Controllers course, as well as exercises done at Air Operations Training Center, Lohatla. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the air display performed by Lieutenant Colonel Josimang, ADCH, or call sign Cypher, from 2 Squadron Air Force Base Makado. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
And from me at Capital Sounds, it's been a pleasure co-commentating with you, Lieutenant Colonel Sharoma. Looking forward to it again, hopefully.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you, Ophelia. Ladies and gentlemen, this aircraft you see right here in front of us is an advanced light fighter aircraft and is powered with 1 Volvo Aero RM12 turbofan and can reach the speed of up to 1,400 kilometers per hour. In fighter pilot is termed Mach 1.8, and it is a multi-role fighter, all-weather air defense, all-weather ground attack, as well as reconnaissance, and has an air refueling capability to extend the range. The maximum altitude is 52,000 feet, and the type of fuel used by the Gripen is Jet A1. That is the Gripen, and this is a dual-seater.
So ladies and gentlemen, up in the sky now, we have the Marksmen aerobatic team. I'll tell you all about them. I'm just waiting for them to check in. They are a group of friends driven by the love of flying and a deep passion for aerobatics. They do close formation aerobatics and high dynamic choreographed displays. They fly the latest and most advanced aerobatic planes in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going over to my very dear friend Mark Hensman. Mark is in the lead aircraft. Well, Mark, yesterday you flew in horrendous conditions. What's it like up there now? And good morning.
It's a whole lot better, Brian. Good morning and welcome everybody to the show. Yeah, it's really nice conditions for us today. Nice and cool, good performance of the planes. And I'd like to introduce Johnny on my right-hand side, and there's Eugene on my left, and we're really looking forward to this. Hope you guys are nice and warm and having a good day.
So, Mark, yesterday we saw there was a fourth member, and maybe you'd just like to tell everybody how you got involved and why he was here yesterday.
Gary's brand new to our team, and as you know, aviation has a lot of paperwork, and it just wasn't ready in time to do the aerobatics, so we managed to sneak him in on a flat show because of the bad weather.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you settle in the office and call me when you're ready.
So I'm going to just 270 to get us into position, but you can tighten up, right turn go. Power. Normal.
So there we have the Marksmen getting ready now. They do close formation aerobatics and high dynamic choreographed displays. They fly the latest and most advanced aerobatic planes in the world. 3 different planes. Mark leads in his MX-2. It's an American-built aircraft. Johnny in his Extra 330LX and Eugene in his Extra 330SC German-built. When the team is not displaying in South Africa, they fly as a 4-ship team in China. Sponsored by New Order, focus on cybersecurity, Liat, Skierspoort Verspreiders, Fly Africa Ventures, Advodka, and they are brought to you here at this show as the AAD High Energy Formation.
Okay, left turn go.
Positioning now for the line abreast loop in the good weather sequence.
And we're diving for the line abreast loop.
Diving for the line abreast loop.
Steady go. And line abreast go. Smoke on go. For the loop, pull up go.
Beautiful, look at it diving out of the grey cloud. Up they go, those wings are a few centimeters apart.
Stand by, Vic formation.
Hanging
Vic
on those
formation,
straps,
go.
the eyeballs feel like they want to pop out. Into Vic formation they go. That was a clover loop straight into the Vic formation.
Then let's go.
This is poetry in motion. Changing again now for the wing over.
Wing over, pull up go. Wing over right, go.
Doing the wing over to the right, they will then change into the barrel roll.
And there you go. Stand by barrel. For the barrel, pull up, go.
And watch now.
And roll left.
Now, as they roll, they will change into line astern. Subtle changes. They listening to the music. They fly to the music.
Go.
This is aerial ballet at its
And line
best.
astern.
Into line astern. One behind the other. Getting ready now to do the line astern.
Right.
And then the rolling break into a tail chase.
Good, guys. All good. Good.
A good leader checking on his men.
Okay, we're setting up for the rolling break now.
There you are, setting up for the rolling break. I first worked with Mark Hensman in Zimbabwe at the Charles Prince Airport many years
Rolling
ago.
break, smoke on go.
Rolling break.
Reducing power. And
Once they are complete with the steep turn,
quite bumpy low down.
getting ready for the switchblade.
Diving for loop. Smoke on go.
So cool and calm is Mark Hensman.
Reducing power.
Coming back on the power.
For the loop. Pull up, go.
There they go, pulling it up now, accelerating up they go. Right on cue with the music, over the top. Blood rushing to the head now. Oh, incredible
Stand by.
feeling.
Left turn. Left turn.
Into the
go.
left turn. Now get your cameras ready. This is the AAD Marksmen high energy formation. Cameras ready. Watch now as they will position for the death-defying highlight of the show. Once the loop is complete, through 360 degrees,
Opening it up for the switchblade. Smoke off go.
now they'll position. See here now, they
Job, boys.
cut the smoke, quickly just adjust the straps if they need to. It's a little bit of a break.
You just go on my call. I'm going to extend the 100%. Tighten the turn. Smoke on go.
Right, don't lose sight of those aircraft now. Watch all the professional
There you go,
photographers. The
diving
lenses are in the right direction. Look straight ahead where you see those cars. Right above them, the three aircraft
For the switchblade.
coming towards us. Here they go. Watch what they're going to do now.
Go.
That was like so close. Now Johnny and Eugene will pull up for the half Cuban. Up they go, left and right. Inverted, diving down. They see the ground rushing towards them, and they will immediately... Oh, that was close.
Go. One,
Mark joining in the middle. Up they go now.
4.
Vertical 4-point rolls on the way up. Now for the first time in the display, Johnny at number 2 will come in for a solo. It's his turn to shine. The follow spot is on him. Johnny Smith.
Diving in. Back at Johnny.
Extra 330, Alex. Started the aerobatics in 2006 with the Pitts S1S. 2011 and 13, advanced national champion. Represented South Africa in the advanced class. 2010, 2012, 2014. Johnny was born in Heilbronn in the Free State. Successfully started a crop spraying business in 1995. A business that still continues today. He's now surpassed 9,500
We are
hours.
running in for the bombers, Ginny. And smoke on go.
Now we watch Mark and Eugene as Johnny exits. And they position
Reducing power.
for the bomb burst.
Yep. And for the bombers, pull up go.
Pulling up nicely now to get the height. They're on the center. They've got their mark. This should make for a good photo, really good photograph.
Stand by,
Up
bombers.
over the top.
Bombers, go.
And there they
Full
go.
power.
A beautiful pas de
And
deux.
turning out. Smoke off
If
go.
this was ballet, a dance for two.
I'm reversing.
Now watch as they do the famous X-Pass in their pas de deux with vertical quarter rolls approaching from the left and the right. Mark Hensman,
And pull up
Eugene Debreu, cross on the center. X marks the spot. Up they go.
push those.
Soon as they clear, Johnny will come in.
Nice, Ginny. Smoke off go.
Now get your cameras ready because the next maneuver
Have fun, Johnny. Turn right. Ginny.
is, in my book, one of the best in the business. One of the greatest maneuvers because it brings so much joy. Make sure that you've got your camera ready. It will be a hallelujah. Stand by, watch closely.
Normal. No. Yep. Okay, Johnny.
Right, Johnny's going to exit.
All right, we're turning, Ginny. You there?
Keep your eyes on those aircraft.
Happy days. Start the turn.
Getting ready for the turn. As I said, this is, in my book, quite honestly, one of the best maneuvers ever.
And we're diving for heart. Ready, go.
There they go. Stay with those two aircraft
For the heart.
from the
pull up, go.
AAD High Energy Formation Team. This
Heart,
is how we feel about everybody. Bevy, this one's for you. As we go round, just look at this. We are bringing you love. Get the picture.
Turn left. Height set, power set.
Beautiful heart, spreading love.
Okay, we're looking good.
Now we get ready for the Free State Cook Sister. In English, a cake sister.
All in. Back, well done.
Team approaching from the left-hand side. What a beautiful display today by the Africa Aerospace and Defense Marksmen. The high energy team, here we go.
Smoke on, go.
Smoke on, and here's the cook sister. Look at that. Just showing you how he wraps it with the cook sister. Straight after this, the K8, all the way from Zimbabwe. Once the cook sister is complete, the three ship will position for the bomb burst.
Rolling steady.
They'll turn now to
Normal.
just getting a bit of height. They go out on the far side. I can never orientate myself where I am when I work at Waterkloof. I would say they probably going out towards Swartkop if I'm right. Yep, I've been told I am right, so I'm not lost yet. This will be the bomb burst with all 3 aircraft.
Diving for bomb burst. Smoke on go.
Pull it up nice and high.
Power, pull up go.
Turn it nicely. Photographers at the ready. You don't want to miss this. And they won't. Over they go.
Stand by bomb burst.
Bomb burst.
Bomb burst.
Go. Look at that.
Smoke on.
Immediately now, Mark will do the inverted fly past. Eugene and Johnny will do knife edge pass. Mark Hensman flying past, and now Eugene and Johnny do the knife edge. So close. And they'll position to land.
Box from Marksmen. We download to land.
Time now to hand over the microphone all the way from Zimbabwe. Gosh, it's lovely seeing all these ladies. We have a Chinese commentator. Now we have from Zimbabwe. We have from the Zimbabwean Air Force, Wing Commander Angeline Basha. Is that right, Angeline? Welcome. Here's the microphone. Switch it on and say hello to me. Fly the K8?
Yes, sir, I fly the K8. I'm the first female fighter pilot in the Air Force of Zimbabwe to be flying the K8 aircraft.
Well, I must wish you well. I've worked. There you are, the crowd giving her a nice round of applause.
Thank you so much.
And I can tell you when you look at her, she's Miss Zimbabwe. Miss Zimbabwe, eh? You are a hottie fighter pilot.
Yes, thank you.
And I see you've got your bodyguard with you. So you just pass on greetings to all the officers that we've worked with in previous years. We hand over now to Wing Commander Angeline Basha from the Zimbabwean Air Force, the first female fighter pilot in Zimbabwe to fly the K8.
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EWCOP has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Now, I want to tell you.
There you go. That's a Gyrocopter 8 from China. The K8 aircraft. In that aircraft is Wing Commander Surprise Mariwati and Squadron Leader Norman Taurai Marodza from Zimbabwe. The K8 aircraft was developed in China. This aircraft is used in Zimbabwe as a basic trainer for those who are scheduled to fly the fighter aircrafts. It's used to train various normal and aerobatic training. It's also used when you're training for air-to-air and air-to-ground armaments training. The crews who are flying the aircraft, they are going to set up to come in for a display. They are coming in for a maximum Red 10 so that they'll gain enough speed to give you a splendid display. Wing Commander Mariwati has 1,500 hours on the K8 aircraft. He has 500 plus hours on the SF-260. He has flown the Embraer 145 and Boeing 737-200. They are coming in for a knife edge split S. That one is a Cuban 8. Watch it, watch it. That one is a Cuban 8. Squadron Leader Norman Marodza is the officer commanding number 2 squadron, which houses the K8 aircraft. So the officer commanding is leading by example, showing you how he dances around with the bird at his squadron. He has more than 500 hours on this K8 aircraft. They are now coming in to zoom to give you a 4-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 4-point roll. Now they are going to set up for a slow roll. Wing Commander Mariwati is a qualified displayed pilot. He is also a qualified safety officer and is an operational pilot. Yeah. There you go for 3 aileron rows. 2, 3, and 4. Those were 4 aileron rows. So the K8 aircraft made its maiden flight 29 November 1990. They are now setting in for inverted flights. There they go, 1001, 1002, 1003, rolling out from inverted flights. for a freestyle. Inverted flight and aileron roll combined. Inverted flight, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 6 seconds inverted flight. The K8 aircraft is powered by a single turbojet engine and is a tandem seat accommodating a pilot and a trainer. The K8 aircraft is also used for operational convert and fly. They are now coming in for a clover leaf. That's a clover leaf from the K8. Setting up for a Marksmen 10 to come for a dirty pass, drunken master, and cleaning up. These aircraft can be equipped with light armaments, including rocket, bombs.
Ek wou dit gesien nie. Sê ek moet bedaar. Ek moet bedaar dan. Mag ek jou die gesien?
That's aileron road and inverted flight. The free south. The officer commanding is giving you a splendid display, showing you free south, how he uses his bed at his squadron. Okay, look at the cage now. Watch it. Drunken master, dirty pass with the gears down. Watch the gears are down. That's a dirty pass. Starting the landing gear. The officer commanding Norman Marozza now also flies the SF-260. He flies the JO-8 from China and also the F-7.
Ons jy het nog nie verander vanoggend battery geryde op die monitor nie, net eerste keer. Okay. Amper uit die moeilikheid daar. Daar's 'n paar wat mooi vol gelaai word.
Watch it for longest inverted flight. Checking the aircraft to its limits, inverting it for long. That was a nice display from the officer commanding number 2 squadron and wing commander Mariwati. The K8 now is setting in to land. It's joining the downwind for it to land. And did you enjoy the show and the display from Zimbabwe? Can you show by giving a round of applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. From the lovely lady from Zimbabwe.
Your positive comments. Very nice.
So folks, next up on the program, as we say thank you to the Air Force of Zimbabwe, we look out to our right. It should be the hired gun formation. 3 pit specials and 1 extra 300. Flying in the team today, leading, following in his father, the legend, Scully Levine's footsteps, is Ellis Levine. He has with him Arnie Meneghelli and former fighter pilot, a 2 squadron, with a call sign Mad Max. It's Sean Thackeray. Andrew Blackwood Murray's in the extra and he'll be doing the solos today. Let's listen in on their frequency and we watch the hired gun. might wonder why in some cases we can do every maneuver. That's because the guys type it out and they give it to us. I don't have this sequence, but I do have the information. Ellis Levine, a former airline captain. Here now we watch Andrew Blackwood Murray, trained in the South African Air Force. Andrew's had a very busy year. He's flown with his Nashua Extra at virtually every air show. Andrew Blackwood Murray. Watching the pit specials now, the three of them from Hired Gun, a team that over the years has enjoyed many sponsorships. Watch the team. Watch now. Here we go.
Each of the pilots is a master of the air in their own. Together they are the same team which flew at the Puma Flying Line Harvard aerobatic team. Between them, the pilots have well over 70,000 hours of flying experience. The Higher Gun name emerged in 2020 as a response to the massive aviation industry, which forced many pilots to the team has as trademark a fast-paced, dynamic and energetic low-level formation display. The aeroplanes comprise of the three two-seater pit specials. The three pit specials. Blackwood Murray. Andrew received his wings in the South African Air Force in 1988, being selected by South African Airways in 1997, being crowned as SA aerobatic champion in the intermediate category in 2020. Andrew is a line training and check captain at Africa Charter Airline on their Boeing 737 passenger and freight aircraft. He is also Chief Commercial Officer for JAG Cargo, a company formed by a former SAA colleague and himself in 2020. That's Andrew Blackwood Murray.
Diving to the right. Rolling straight. Smoke on, go.
Very close flying there by Ellis Levine, Arnie Meneghelli, and
we have Andrew Blackwood Murray with his extra 300 doing his display, pulling up tight. So the quarter aileron turn as he goes up, hanging on that prop there now, just hovering, turns over, down he comes.
See how close they fly. Team that's been together for many, many, many years. Started off way back in 1985. Scully Levine, the late Jeff Birch, Chris Rademan. Then we had Laurie Kay. Then Andrew flies in the colors of Nashua.
Diving to the right, you're exiting to your right, Andrew. Head first, pull up, smoke on, go.
And then you could hear the pilots talking to each other. Just for safety's sake, they know, each one knows exactly where he is and where they're going.
Pitching. Stand by for the bomb burst. Bomb burst. Go. Smoke off. Short. Andrew first, Arnie second, Sean third, Ellis fourth, and we'll be turning out right.
And we got you, Andrew. Good morning.
Hello, Brian. Hello, guys and girls, ladies and gents. Lovely to be back here again after 2 years. Hope you're enjoying the show. A little warmer today, and look forward to seeing you again in a few hours with another display. Bye-bye.
Lovely. Let's go over to Arnie.
How are you, Brian? Lovely to be back here. Hope the guys have enjoyed the display brought to you by Hired Gun Coffee. Cheers, Brian. See you later.
Wouldn't mind some hired gun now. Let's go to Shawnee.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Brian. Wonderful to see you guys here. Wonderful displaying for such a lovely crowd. We'll see you later.
And the king of the coffee in Africa, none other than Ellis.
Brian, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming to watch us today in this cold, windy weather. We really appreciate you guys coming out here. Thank you. The show was brought to you by Hired Gun Coffee.
Listen, bud, you appreciate the cold weather. You make lots of money.
Oh, that's true.
Coming up next will be the Alouette and the Gyrocopter. Gosh, this is a lot different to yesterday. If this is the first show you're seeing, you made the good choice, because yesterday by now everybody's was frozen. They were skating around on the black ice and they were unable to drink their coffee because it was solid ice.
Executive South Africa, your premier gateway to luxury aviation and bespoke travel. Experience the epitome of luxury aviation with Executive Africa, part of the Lux Aviation Group, one of the world's largest private aircraft operators, with strategic bases at Lanseria, Cape Town, and Mahé, Seychelles. We serve as the premier launch pad for bespoke safaris, luxury tours, and high-level company travel. ExecuJet operates across more than 140 airports worldwide, delivering unparalleled service through our VIP terminals. In South Africa, we offer a comprehensive suite of aviation solutions, including corporate aviation charter for both fixed and rotary wings, aircraft management, fixed-based operations, and flight support, as well as full concierge services, whether facilitating corporate travel or crafting luxury experiences. Our commitment to safety, discretion, and operational excellence sets us apart as a 24-hour operation. Choose ExecuJet as your gateway to a seamless, extraordinary journey across Africa.
This is capital. There's nothing like it.
And folks, we all know that a show like this of this magnitude cannot happen without a dedicated and very competent professional team behind it. So I'd just like to say, in the show box up here, we have our officials, starting with the flight display director, Colonel Kele, who is not only the air boss for the AAD 2024, but is also the acting officer commander at Langebaan Air Force Base, as well as the A1 CAT instructor pilot, and he's also the former chief instructor at Central Flying School.
In the sky at the moment now, it's under sail.
The Gyrocopter. So this is Andre van Zyl with his Gyrocopter.
And in the sky now, demonstrating, is Andre van Zyl, businessman, mad about aviation. Has flown for many years, and then he started flying the Gyrocopter, and just look what this man can do with this little aircraft. It's a Magni Gyrocopter, well-known manufacturer of autogyros based in Italy. Magni Gyro was founded by Vittorio Magni in 1996. The company is based in Besnate, Italy. First model produced was the Magni Gyro, the M16 tandem trainer. Now, if you just watch, this is a very, very popular little gyrocopter farmers buy them to check their farms, to check the cattle, to check the sheep. Guys with game farms buy them to count the game, and some other people buy them to do anti-poaching. So very versatile, and some people just buy them for the fun to fly around the block. So the Magni Gyro business is a family-owned business with Vitero Magni's sons, Pietro and Stefano, also heavily involved. Magni gyrocopters are known for their reliability, safety and ease of handling. Some of the popular models include the M16, the M24 Orion, M22 Voyager and the M26 Plus. Many Magni models feature a tandem seating configuration with a pilot and passenger seated one behind the other. The M24 Orion features an enclosed cockpit providing more comfort in adverse weather conditions. That would have been needed for yesterday. The M16 tandem trainer is widely used for gyrocopter training due to its stability and ease of control. Magni gyrocopters use a teetering rotor system, which is simple and effective for their designs. Magni gyrocopters typically use Rotax engines known for their reliability and performance. The Magni MTO Sport series is another popular range known for its sporty design and agility. As we're watching, Andre van Zyl just displaying, he's doing an auto rotation now, just coming down. That's a quick way of descending. This man can really fly this machine. And there he displays it, how this little aeroplane, this little gyrocopter can actually hover. Now that rotor at the top is not power driven. It's just got the engine at the back with the propeller there that moves the aircraft forward, and with that forward motion, that's what gets that rotor turning at the top. Pulls up and he does a wing over with it. He really does an excellent display of what this gyrocopter is capable of. Only needs 30 meters for takeoff, and also does a short area for landing. So very, very useful to have on a farm or where there's limited space for a runway. And you want to fly low and watch, have a look at your cattle or your sheep or your wild game. This is the little aircraft to have. Then the guys use it for anti-poaching. They can really it looked like he was hiding behind the clouds, and if we look right ahead of us, we see Andre van Zyl with the Magni Gyro helicopter.
the Magni gyros may seem light and nimble, but they have a very strong safety record with numerous safety features integrated into their design. Definitely has a global presence with dealers and services in many countries, and many models are customizable to suit the individual pilot's needs. They're known for their excellent flight characteristics, including stable and smooth flying, and when it comes to aerobatics, some of these models are capable of performing some light aerobatic maneuvers, and with a pilot so experienced such as this, you can all see why we say that. One of the many advantages of the design of this Magni Gyrocopter is that it allows for a relatively easy maintenance and servicing. So it's not complicated, nor is it expensive.
And now we have the Gyrocopter and the Alouette, 3 flying together. Flying the Alouette, that's Juba Joubert. Very popular helicopter in the military field.
Durban for the Virginia Air Show, and I tell you, it was such a...
I think it's quite a nice display.
And yeah, the Alouette 3 is a very versatile light utility helicopter developed by the French aerospace company called Sud Aviation. It gained widespread global use for military and civilian as well as rescue missions. And some of the facts around it are that it was initially built and rather with Sud Aviation and later became part of the Aerospatiale. It has a single turbo mecha as through engine with a turbo shaft and has a power output of 550 shaft horsepower. Typically, it accommodates a crew of 1 or 2 pilots and has a passenger capacity of 6 passengers, or when it's converted into a medical evacuation machine, it can accommodate 2 stretchers. Cruises at a top speed of 210 kilometers, that's 130 miles per hour, and has a decent range of 540 kilometers. Its endurance has it lasting for 3 hours on fueling. The Alouette 3 can go up to 10,800 feet. That's about 3 kilometers into the air. Some variants, of course, are equipped with basic autopilot systems for assisted flight. So it's not just fixed wings that have autopilot, folks. It is a very popular machine when it comes to military operations and has been used and operated by over 80 countries worldwide. Some of those countries include the Indian Air Force, the French Armed Forces, and of course our very own proud South African Air Force. The Alouette 3 has also been adapted for use in polar and mountainous regions where it excels in cold weather operations. And if you were here yesterday, you would have seen that for yourself.
So the aircraft we're watching there, the Alouette 3 with Jubber and the the Magni Gyrocopter with Andre van Sale. Getting ready over here now at the commentary facility, FlySafair. So coming up shortly will be the FlySafair Boeing 737-800 as we watch the break being executed. A specialist broadcaster here that will take you through, the chief pilot for FlySafair up here with me, and he will take us through what that 737-800 will be doing. Alouette bunting down now with Jubber, a man that has the most incredible CV. Jubber started his flying training in the South African Air Force. He flew at 31 Squadron on Alouettes and Pumas. From 31 Squadron, so once he had completed his rearward tracking, working for Executive Outcomes, kept him rather busy, and he was in various theaters of operation. Subsequently left them. He went on to fly mercy missions, and he did a lot of rescue work with helicopters on Lake Tanganyika. He also flew in operations in Sierra Leone, came back to South Africa, got involved with a lot of films and movie work, television work. So he is a very, very highly accomplished helicopter. Sadly, last week, tragedy struck this good man when his homestead burnt down and he lost absolutely everything. His home, his garage, he lives on a homestead, his animals, and also his car. He stays a humble yet highly skilled helicopter pilot. And there's currently various fundraising activities, fundraising to try and help him. So if you do come across any on social media and you've got a few rand spare and you'd like to contribute towards helping this good pilot, as I said, he has lost absolutely everything. He will be more than obliged. He stays a humble, good human being. A man that I've had the honor of flying with on many, many occasions. Whilst working for television at Kwela, we flew together, and on many operations as well. Rearward tracking now as he pulls that helicopter back, and he shows you why he is such a good helicopter pilot. Up he goes, rearward all the way, keeps it on the center line, holds it, maintains it well, and now he takes this little French aerospatiale and he dives forward, bunting, picking up speed, accelerating. He knows that he's got a big machine out there in the form of Pierre Gous, who's sitting in that Boeing 737-800, waiting to come in and wow you with that mean machine. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to go over live to a very, very dear friend of mine. We have flown together in many countries. Captain Pierre Gous. Pierre, your last flight here, you said Cheerio, South Africa, and that's where you gave up on airshow flying. You're now sitting in a FlySafair. How are you doing, buddy?
Very good, Brian. Yeah, exactly 2 years ago, I gave up for my
Now, I want to tell you.
Right through the sequence.
If you have, I'm going to ask Murray Shaw, our Chief Training Captain, now to chat to you, just tell you a little bit about more about the 737 crew and also about the Hawks, if you have.
Right, while we wait for the Hawks to join up, let's go over to Murray Shaw. And welcome, bud. Met you the other day, and you're live. I've got Captain Peter Ladelis here with me. Thanks a lot, Murray. We're going to be chatting now to Peter Ladelis, who is your chief pilot. So the Hawks will be led today by Major Mikhail Peterson, current Flight Commander 85. At Hawk number 2, Captain Daniel Murray. Hawk 3 is flown by the very well-known former Gripen pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Cooper, call sign Spartan, test pilot and operations officer. And number 4 is flown by Major Mahar Vundla. That's the team. Right, my buddy, over to you.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me up here. What a privilege to be here next to you. The 737 that's going to be joining us shortly, registration, Fox, Golf,
Early warning
Charlie.
technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Highly experienced captains, Captain Pierre Gous, Captain Murray Shaw, as well as Captain Steve van der Merwe. All three being DFEs, and this is nothing new for Captain Pierre Gous, who was the team leader of the South African-based Raptor team, which was one of 12 aerobatic formation display teams that was invited to the inaugural Formation Aerobatics Championships in China in 2017. As mentioned, he's participated in inaugural flights and flown the presidential cabinets over the 20 years. I had also the privilege of flying next to him with the flyby over the Cape Town Stadium, so what a awesome pilot. Secondly, we have Captain Murray Shaw, also our chief training captain on board. Captain Murray Shaw has been in the company since 2012. He has a high level of experience, and he's also participated in one of the air shows, so we're looking forward to him coming in. Lastly, Captain Captain Steve van der Merwe, also an instructor. He's been with the FlySafair team, or the Safair Legacy team, since 2007. He was flying the Hercs before and then moved over to the Boeing, also one of our instructors and highly experienced. We're really looking forward to this. It's my first air show coming out with the Boeing, so I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks, Brian.
Well, lots of pre-checks being done, and of course flight radar going crazy now because your aircraft is on ADSB and people can see where it is. Pierco sitting in the cockpit of that aircraft. Believe me, he's equally happy sitting in a cockpit of a great big Boeing 737 as he is in a fighter. I've had the privilege of flying L-39 with him, Harvard, the Trojan, many aircraft. We've flown formation in Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Botswana. So great to have him bringing that Boeing over here today. And of course, a first for us here at Waterkloof, 4 Hawk aircraft. So we can see our aircraft at the moment, right here behind the hangars, orbiting, waiting now for the Hawk, 4 of them leading a fighter trainer. From Mikado, you see a lot of soot coming out there from probably the pre-burn. Folks, if you want to see this, if you are around the aircraft, come down to the flight line. This is going to be absolutely incredible. Hawks getting ready to roll now. 4 Hawks in a formation with a Boeing 737. Here we see aircraft number 1, the leader of the formation. He gets airborne in the flag. As they'll be looking for the Boeing and then they'll be slotting in. I'll let you listen in.
I think we got 7 minutes to debelt, over the 10, I think.
What you heard there is the fighter
combat flap go.
calling to go into
Eagles now turning left outbound 7000 to 10. Got your visual, and you can continue with the left-hand turn. We'll join you shortly. Okay, in essence, we got 1 hole of 5 minutes to practice, and then we're running in, okay?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is most certainly a first. A very, very big first for aviation in South Africa. As we see 2 chipmunks and a steerman getting airborne. That's not a first. The first is 4 Hawk that are now intercepting that Boeing, latching onto the Boeing. We've done it before with the Silver Falcons, where we've had Impalas. We've done it with the Astras. Today, we bring in the Hawk. And you hear how nicely and how quick they were able to go into combat and to immediately intercept the aircraft.
We're running in 5 minutes. Roger, we've got you. We're on your left-hand side now, setting up for the intercept. I don't know. We can get over the scene. We'll see what we can do, okay? Roger. Happy to continue. Reverse.
I'm checking the radar picture at the moment. I can see the Hawks coming in. If you look at, whoa, they're going in fast. If you can see up there, you'll see the aircraft and the 4 Hawk. And they are going to be taken out of the sky by a Stearman and 2 Chipmunk. 210 knots at the moment there from Pierre-Gos in the Boeing 737-800. It's got 2 mighty CFM engines on that aircraft. FlySafair just once again putting their stamp of authority. Hey, if it's not rugby, then it's air shows.
Stand by. Left turn, go. Gotcha.
Just flying over here now is a Boeing Stearman and 2 Chipmunk.
You're welcome, Ken. You'll have to practice the wing overs during the show. Good job. Enjoy. Dancing shoes on. He's getting a little bit too big.
Grant Timms, Steve Brown, they're the guys up there at the moment. So at the moment, we're waiting for the We're listening in now to what's happening out there. See that they are after the Stearman and the 2 Chipmunk.
I'll take it a little bit more thrust, a little bit thrust.
Yeah, Hunter 1140, then classic fly 1210. 4 minutes time.
3 point. Eminence, you're on play. Okay, the officers join that over. Just to the east of the field, plotting our running, training to be overhead at 107.
Right out in the distance, we've got the Boeing Stearman and the 2 Chipmunk. Grant Timms and Steve Brown. We're just quickly trying to ascertain who's flying the Stearman, but at this stage now, watching the clock tick down, it's going to be that Boeing 737 with a 4 Hawk, and they'll be positioning for their run-in. You are listening to the voice of the leader of the team. Let's go now and join the chief pilot for FlySafair.
Thanks, Brian. So just to give everybody an idea, on that flight deck at the moment, there's probably over 50 years of airline experience coming in at the moment without their previous experience just of airlines. So we're really looking forward to this. ladies and gentlemen, FlySafair started in 2014 with 2 aircraft, 2 400s, and at the moment, as of 2024, we're sitting with 35 aeroplanes. Quite a bit of a mass expansion after COVID. We were quite privileged to get the best of the best pilots flying in South Africa. Unfortunately, a lot of airlines that went down, a lot of friends of ours, but we were glad to be able to recruit them. So a lot of experience at FlySafair at the moment. I think we've got the most experienced pilots in the whole of Southern Africa. It's quite a bit of a privilege to fly with them every day. We've had the honor of flying approximately about 2 years ago, the last air show with the Hercs. That was one of the last Hercs. And ladies and gentlemen, just to the right hand side of us, here they come, 4 Hawks and a 737-800. Yeah, they're coming over the airfield at the moment. What a sight. With our 10-year library. So as mentioned earlier, with last display with C-130, the last of them being phased out about 2 years ago, and now at the moment with the 737-800 and the Hawk. So that's the 737-800 flying at the moment, has got 2 CFM56 engines, approximately 27,000 pounds of thrust each engine. It's the same as the Airbus A340-300, one of their engines, so those engines are also on the Airbus. We normally cruise at Mach 0.79 with that aeroplane at about 800 kilometers per hour. Here they're coming over here, ladies and gentlemen, from the front of the crowd. Have a look at them. What a sight.
Watch this, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be beautiful. Approaching us now, the Boeing 737 and the Hawk, and watch what they're going to do as they start turning. And I have huge guests up here. I have the Swedish ambassador. I have the head of staff worldwide. All the money of my God.
So the aircraft flying at the moment with a clean speed would normally be doing about 200 to 210 knots. That's the equivalent to about, sorry Brian, equivalent to about 300 to 350 kilometers per hour. That's our normal clean speed. We are quite light today, probably about 48,000 kilograms. Our normal weight with full configuration passengers, we take approximately about 189 passengers. And typical flights to Cape Town will be about close to about 70 tons for takeoff with the fuel that we take. To our Mauritius flights, we're normally above that, we're about 74 tons, and there is some of our aircraft that are certified up to 79 tons gross station. Folks, for those of you, as the aircraft banks around, it's coming back around this way, you'll see the 10-year livery at the bottom. That indicates 10 years of FlySafair. Safair has also been around more than that, but FlySafair 10 years and 35 aircraft and still growing.
What a beautiful sight this is, and how special it is for those young pilots, for the pilots in the Murray Shaw and Steve Pathfinder
there, you know.
It does sound like
Wouldn't you rather be up there?
I would.
Yeah, we're jockey. You'd also want to be up there, eh? Got all the big guns here. Wow, I've never worked on a tower with so much power. Right behind me here, I have Admiral Rusty Higgs, one of the greatest admirals ever to come out of the South African Navy. A diver and a submariner. Swims the mid-mile 8 times in one day.
It's still good. There might be that one that's not good. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come in again. I had the honor of meeting all the Hawk pilots earlier this week and chatting to them. And I must also say, well done to them. Lots of talent coming through the South African Air Force. And we're glad to see that kind of talent coming through.
Let's go.
Now watch, don't take your cameras off, because if I think I know what they're going to do, this is going to be the photo of the show. Let's see if they're going to do it. They're coming up. There they go. Look at the beautiful, beautiful break.
Wow, incredible, Brian. Look at them coming over into the
185 Combat Flying School. Wow, Scott Logie, you can raise a glass of champagne.
Folks, just to the left-hand side of you, you can see the 737 banking in to come for another round. Are the cameras ready? Here they come. There we go, folks. 10 years of FlySafair, and well done to Captain Pierre Gous, Captain Steve van der Merwe, and Captain Murray Shaw. An awesome display. Well done. And to the Hawks. Let's give them a big hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. "10 years of FlySafair." And folks, now they'll be coming through for the display, the solar display of the 737-800. Here it's coming, folks, from the right-hand side. They're doing about a 45 to 60 degree bank angle there. Incredible hands from Captain Pierre Gous.
Aircraft beautifully painted up for the occasion. Just taken leave of the Swedish ambassador, also the head of Saab worldwide that came up here to visit us. And a big thank you to Admiral Rusty Higgs, retired SA Navy. Well, if that doesn't inspire youngsters to want to join the Air Force, want to go into flying, join FlySafair. Look how they're flying this aircraft.
It looks almost like they're flying a hawk there.
I was going to say, he's flying it like a fighter. Look at those lights. Watch this turn.
No. Watch the turn, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome.
You know, I think for any fighter pilot, it's a dream to fly on the wing of a big aeroplane, and I think for any pilot that flies these big guys, to do an air show has got to be the cherry on the top.
No, definitely. I mean, it's a highlight of everyone's career, and well done to the guys.
What an incredible sight from the broadcast pavilion, the ExecuJet broadcast towers. We look out here now, there are lots and lots of people, thousands. Now we need that drone to start filming. Pierre Gous, Murray Shaw, Steve van der Merwe.
What?
Well, he's turning.
Here they come, folks, on the right-hand side one more time.
Go around in for the final time.
Gotcha. Stand by.
There we go, Murray flying. We're passing through 200 feet. Now back around for the go around. Right hand turn, fly.
And folks, this is Captain Murray Shaw doing this flyby at the moment for us.
Looks like he's going to try and come into land, but he's not. Just watch this. And he's going to pull up.
What a sight, Brian.
What have you got?
The last minute. That's all I've got.
Okay, go.
Thank you, Brian. There we go. Right in the final climb. Back to Joburg.
Thank you, guys.
Folks, and look at this. They're going to be spiral climbing at the moment and routing back to Johannesburg. So well done to the FlySafair team. And what an honor to be up here and to watch them. Thank you for all the crowd. And Brian, just one last thing. We'd just like to thank all the passengers flying FlySafair. And every time you board, just give us a bit of a smile so we know you were here at the air show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that was incredible excitement right over here. Wonderful to see everybody. We're going to be handing over now to a whole group of specialist broadcasters because it's time for the mini war. So wherever you are amongst the hangars, head down to the flight line because you are going to see an incredible show.
Executive South Africa, your premier gateway to luxury aviation and bespoke travel. Experience the epitome of luxury aviation with Executive Africa, part of the Lux Aviation Group, one of the world's largest private aircraft operators, with strategic bases at Lanseria, Cape Town and Mahé, Seychelles. We serve as the premier launch pad for the State Safari, plus tours and Executive operates across more than 150 airports worldwide, delivering unparalleled service through our VIP terminals. In South Africa, we offer
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Good afternoon.
Versus 1, the 2 Gripens against the Hawk. And then I also have with me from the South African Air Force's side, Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Shiroma. She's an air mission controller from the Bushveld Air Space Control Sector. She will also co-host this event with me. For the moment, we will then see that certain of our ground elements have already deployed to set up this display. It's fairly complicated and therefore it needs a team of well-rehearsed personnel, both in the air as well as on the ground. So to the western side of the runway, slightly to the north, that is on your right-hand side, if you've lost track on where north is, we have formed up the mechanized columns, comprising of a Roycat armored car, as well as 5 Mamba armored personnel carriers with the paratroopers on board that will do the ground assault. Further to the south, between the main runway and the taxiway, you will see the cone set up. That is for the battlefield simulation noise that we will integrate with our attack. And then further to the south, you will see the enemy that is being set up that will engage ground forces. And further to the south of that is the Gecko vehicle. That's the airborne rapid deployment logistical vehicle that we will also integrate into the display later on. You can notice that the CASA has just gotten airborne. They're moving off to the hold. The CASA will do for us the air supply drop. And you'll also have noticed slightly earlier the Oryx helicopter taking off with the Pathfinder team on board. We had lots of trouble to get them into the event because of the low cloud and the bad weather. But today they will do us a display. We call it an hop and pop. You just go out and you open up your parachute immediately. So all the air assets have now moved off. They are busy going to set up in their different holds. And when all stations have reported ready, we will execute this event. The Air Force normally call it the mini war event. It's a simulated battle that we will conduct, a ground battle supported by the different Air Force elements. We will integrate this with battlefield simulation noise. That is the explosives that will go off. These teams that run this battlefield simulation noise are specially trained members from across the armed forces, and they specialize specifically providing this type of explosives in close proximity of crowds. It's not dangerous, but it can be a bit loud from time to time. Please take note that this mini war is not a realistic battle as that you will experience during a battle itself. We will bring the event much closer to you. Therefore, the timing and the spacing is all simulated, but it's to enhance the viewing public's experience during this event. Please take note that we have taken all precautions to make it as safe as possible as we can. Public safety is the most important aspect for these demonstrations. Ladies and gentlemen, take note, there will be a lot of noise at some stages of this event, including explosives going off. There will be smoke and dust and so forth. So please keep your kids fairly close, and you can use your 2 fingers if it becomes too loud for yourself. The scenario for this event is integrated ground attack on an enemy position, and the enemy is currently in position on our left, and that will be supported by appropriate air, direct and indirect fire support that will provide by the different forces. There's a number of activities we would like to demonstrate. Firstly, we will have a 2v1 event that Captain Poisat will comment on. That is to clear the airspace and create a favorable air situation over the battlefield to allow ground forces to do their thing. We will then follow that up with the deployment of the battlefield simulation, surveillance resources. That is the Pathfinder infiltration. Today they will jump from the Oryx helicopter to make it a bit easier. Then there will be a resupply drop to the Pathfinders by means of the CASA 212. That will be followed up by appropriate air interdiction and close support strikes where the explosives will be detonated. That will be followed up with a ground assault by the Roycat armored vehicle and the mechanized platoon. And that attack will be supported by 81mm mortars firing simulatedly on these positions. We will conclude our demonstration with a combat search and rescue event. These jet jocks are now interfering with my commentating. So we will conclude our demonstration with a combat search and rescue event, simulating a downed pilot that must be rescued, 2 of them. And then we will conclude the whole event with a drive pass and a fly pass with all the aircraft participating. So folks, sit back and relax. I will call you and inform you as we now conduct this event. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now waiting for all the air assets to report in their different holds, and then we will commence. So just give us a few seconds to get all things set up, ready to go. Now, after all the fancy flying, with all the flashy pilots, with all their badges, by the end of the day, the battle is only concluded when the poor bloody infantry occupies terrain. I'm an infantier and a paratrooper, so I can vouch for my people that we are always last in, but if we are not in and we have occupied terrain, then the battle has not been successfully concluded.
Yeah, no, Colonel. I'm an infantryman as well. You make us so proud when you say that. You're sitting next to a Dicknick pilot and you're telling him exactly all about the infantry. Right, folks, we've got a bit of a problem here. There is a VW Fox that's now gone and parked in the fueling area. VW Fox in the fueling area. Please, the owner of that car, would you be so kind as to move your vehicle? A VW Fox currently parked in the fueling area. Please move. Thank you, William. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Brian. No problem. We are well aware of the difficulties you have in controlling the public, but I think it will be sorted out shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recovering aircraft. When this aircraft has been recovered, we will then clear in the 2 Gripens and the Hawk to commence with the 2v1. Ladies and gentlemen, currently deployed on the terrain in front of you are some of the key personnel that will run this event. I'm only the commentator. We have Lieutenant Colonel Eddie Fullard from 48 Airborne Modern Brigade, which is the officer in command. He's the ground commander. And then we have the Air Liaison Officer, Captain Richard Dixon, call sign Omega. He will run the Air Force part of this event, and between the 2 of them, they will coordinate and ensure the smooth running of this event as well as the safety aspects. To our front, we also have the BATSIM team, that is the Battlefield Simulation Noise Team, under command of Lieutenant Colonel Garth Mekwe, call sign Mike 9. He's supported by a lady, Major Nono Malamela. They are both from Lock Division, and they specializes in explosives, and specifically explosives during events such as this. We also have a number of marshalling officers on the train that make sure that the different groupings depart and group at the right positions and so forth. He's commanded by Major Enoch Mulete from 48 Airborne Modern Brigade, and 2 marshalling warrant officers, Master Warrant Officer Vincent Nkutwana and Warrant Officer 2nd Class Malapan from the infantry formation. Also on terrain is our drop zone safety officer, that is Captain Philip Magoto from 101 Air Supply Unit, and they will bring in the aircraft to do the drop over this area. These are the people currently on standby, and we are now waiting for final clearance for the 2v1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Captain Poisat, and I will take you through the 2v1 sequence that you will shortly see. So the 2v1 will be conducted by 2 Gripen aircraft all the way from Air Force Base Makado at 2 Squadron. That is our frontline fighter that we have in South Africa. It's a Swedish aircraft, and it's a multi-role aircraft, which means that it's capable of doing air-to-air combat as well as air-to-ground support for the troops on the ground. The Hawk is from 85 Combat Flying School, which is the training aircraft platform for the Gripen. Ladies and gentlemen, you can get ready for the 2v1 to start now. We will have the 2 Gripens setting up in a battle position with the Hawk from the other side, and they will cross each other at more than 2 times the speed of sound. Gripens from the left, Hawk from the right. Get ready for the merge. Hawk pitching up now. He has to fight against 2 Gripen aircraft, which is way more superior. The Gripen going head to head now, while the other one is setting up to get a favorable air position behind the Hawk. They will utilize IR missiles, which is infrared guided missiles, as well as radar guided missiles. The aim of this exercise is to put constant pressure on the Bandit, which in this case is the Hawk aircraft. So one Gripen will at all times be in a position to deploy its weapons onto the Hawk. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see both Gripen aircraft now behind the Hawk. There's no way the Hawk can escape now. The whole 2v1 exercise was to create a favorable air position, favorable air condition for the ground forces. As soon as the air is clear, the ground forces can move without worrying about anything attacking them from the air. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left-hand side now, the Gripen with the Hawk will form up for a fly past. From the left-hand side now, Major Wundla in the Hawk, Colonel Mashaba in the Gripen, and Colonel Makota in the other one. Call signs Doberman, Burbul, and Midnight.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the Air Force for that spectacular demonstration. The effect on the battlefield is now that the airspace has been cleared for ground forces and air groupings in support of these ground forces to enter the battlefield area and to conduct their operations. Normally these aircraft will now ascend into a CAP, Close Combat Air Patrol, to protect the airspace whilst ground operations are in progress. We are now waiting for the recovery of the Hawk and the two Gripens, and after they've recovered, we will receive final clearance from the air boss to commence with the ground battle or the mini war. I have now been joined by Joyce. You've heard her before, and she will run the air part of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, you can notice that the Roy Falk is starting up in the opposite side of the runway. They will be the close air support to the ground forces. And further to the north, in the distance, you'll see the Kaza in the orbit, waiting for their slot. They will do for us the air supply demonstration.
A very good and heartwarming afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction, Colonel Dixon. Just a quick special word of appreciation to the Showbox team this side. We have Colonel Pat Kele, who is our flight display director. We also have Colonel Kuliso Chiololi, the flight display coordinator. And we have Colonel Petoro Molawa, the flight display safety officer. Then we also have Lieutenant Colonel Matale Palazzi, the flight display safety officer. With him we also have Major Letlonolo Malokane, the flight display safety officer. We have also Lieutenant Colonel Albert Swart, air traffic controller. Major Priskam Tombeni, air traffic controller. Major Quinton Lay, air traffic controller. We also have Mrs. Marlies Skippers, air traffic and navigational services, air traffic controller for special events. We have also Captain Andre Roots, air show coordinator. Together with the team, we also have Captain Richard Dixon, the mini war coordinator. We have also Mr. Rikas Erasmus, the air show South Africa civilian from the civilian side, flight display director. Together with Mr. Rikas, we also have Miss Anneke Erasmus, the program director from the ASA side under mentorship.
Ladies and gentlemen, whilst the fixed-wing aircraft. The fighters are busy being recovered. You will notice to the west, the Augusta 1 and 9 entering the display area. That aircraft is
See the canards on the front, how they assist with the braking. It's wonderful to have had Saab up here. I must say thank you to Saab because they took me to Lynn shopping, to the factory where they build the Gripen. Beautiful, look at that. Stopping without a brake chute.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gripen is powered with one Volvo Aero RM12 turbofan. And the Gripen can reach the speed of up to 1,400 kilometers per hour. In fighter terms, is Mach 1.8.
So if you see the little glint, it's like a green reflection on the front canopy. That's his head-up display. The head-up display in the canopy of the Gripen.
Ladies and gentlemen, to your left, Hawks flying in, and we will be recovering the Hawks before we start with the mini war.
This is the fourth ship of the Hawk Mach 120 leading fighter trainer aircraft from 85 Combat Flying School, Air Force Base Makado, under the command of the Lieutenant Colonel Scott Logie, call sign Prowler.
To provide close air support to the ground forces.
This Roy Falk is a combat support helicopter manufactured by Denel Aviation of South Africa. Like the Atlas Oryx transport helicopter, its development is derived from the Aerospatiale SA-330 Puma.
So what you've just heard there now is the Hawks confirming to the air traffic controller.
Thank you, Stifler. Continue the hold and stand by, hand over to Red.
So the little beep that you heard there, each beep is actually a built-in safety device confirming that the undercarriage is down and locked. And it's telling the tower that each Hawk, as they were confirming, they've got the greens that they want. The tower controller knows that they're down and that they're locked and there won't be a problem. If they don't hear the beep, they know there's a problem.
And ladies and gentlemen, these are the Hawk Mark 120 leading fighter trainers from Air Force Base Makado 85 Combat Flying School. Powered by Rolls-Royce Turbomaker Adder Mark 951 turbofan with full authority digital engine control, weighing about 6,500 pounds. The length of this aircraft is 12.43 meters, and its height is 3.98 meters.
Folks from the Air Boss, we've got a drone that's coming up to take lovely pictures of you. If you just look up in front of you, it's sliding in from the north to the south. Let's give them a big wave as they pass by for the memories.
Hopefully that drone is going to go all the way down, because this is a huge crowd down there with our second broadcast unit is. Once again, please folks, we have a car, VW that is parked at the fuel bay area. Would you be so kind as to move your vehicle? The owner of that VW, you are hampering operations. We cannot get the fuel bowsers to latch onto the valve where you've parked. Short of breaking windows and putting the hoses through your car, would you please move? This is a call for the owner of a VW. I believe it's a Fox. I've just been told a VW Fox. Got a horrible feeling it's a student's car. Don't you agree, William? Students drive Foxes.
Most probably, yes, Brian.
With very little fuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now waiting for the two Hawks to take off. The two Hawks will provide close air support as well as top cover for the ground forces. And after they've taken off, we will commence with our mini war event. Hawks rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of the lead Hawk is Major Michael Vermeulen, call sign Paladin, and his backseater is the navigator, Captain Isaac Munoshin Kadimeng, call sign Atreus, and in the second Hawk, the commander is commanded by Major Tisetso Lerodi, call sign Lego. And ladies and gentlemen, in the second Hawk's backseat, we have the Chief Director, Force Preparation, Major General Lancelot Matebula on board.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the aircraft have now reported into the hold. The Air Mission Commander have cleared in the Oryx helicopter with the Pathfinders on board, and they will be over the target due shortly to execute a Pathfinder infiltration, the deployment of the battlefield simulation, the battlefield surveillance resources. This team is commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Laurel Thatcher from the Army Office, and he's supported by Sergeant Hoogbaard from 44 Parachute Regiment. Take note that this is a simulated Pathfinder infiltration. These members are not from the Pathfinder grouping itself. The Pathfinder grouping are currently committed elsewhere, but our free-fallers, most of them are from 44 Parachute Regiment. They're all instructors at the school, and therefore they are very much experienced or highly experienced to perform such a demonstration in a close proximity of the crowd. You can now observe up high, just below the cloud base, directly to the west, the Oryx is flying from right to left. They will be turning in shortly, flying in from the west into the wind, so that they can drop slightly behind us. The reason is for this, that when you jump out, you need to be upwind of the wind cone to allow the jumpers to keep the wind before they turn downwind and land. We call that the wind cone. If you drop them downwind, they may never reach this position. Inside the aircraft, Lieutenant Colonel Laurel Thatcher will also be the dispatcher. So he will do the spotting and make sure that we jump over target. We also have a drop zone safety officer that will deploy smoke to be able to bring these jumpers onto this position. Now, normally in combat or in a military tactical situation, the Pathfinders will jump on an unmanned drop zone. Therefore, there will be no smoke or medical support available to them. That is why they do their training, and their selection is of a very high standard. This infiltration will also be done at night, never during the daytime, to ensure the security of the Pathfinder grouping, because if they get located by the enemy forces, then of course the operation might be compromised. They've now turned in, they're now flying towards our position. I will give you a call when they over target and when they deploy. We can also observe that the 2nd Augusta and the 2nd Oryx are now also moving into the hold. We are still waiting for the BK, and then all the helicopters will report it in. Yes, there I see the BK, slightly lower also to our western side. All these aircraft are controlled from the onboard command post by Major Sloan.
Folks, the Oryx will be entering from the southern side at 9,000 feet with 4 Pathfinder jumpers. These members are in direct communication with the drop zone safety officer, who will give them the wind factors before jump, but in a real world scenario, they will jump without his assistance to infiltrate the theater of operations.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the Oryx entering. They're about 6,000 feet above ground. Therefore, it will take the free fallers about 20 seconds from exit until they open their canopies. And then they will be landing here in front of us. So there's the Oryx running in. So at this stage, the DZ safety officer will direct the aircraft over target. We'll do shortly also see the smoke to assist the pilot to line up into the wind. And just one correction, there are 5 members on board as far as we know. Ladies and gentlemen, smoke on the ground by the DZ safety officer. The color of the smoke is not important. Some people say that when it's green, you can jump. The color is not important. It's the wind direction that's important. The officer will give final clearance to the Oryx 1 minute from the jump. Second smoke going off. The aircraft is now nearly directly above us into the cloud base. And just for your information, it's quite sore to fall through the cloud, because you fall into the sharp end of the drop. That is the water drop. The aircraft is now nearly overhead.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
That's why you get this idea that the free faller is going up. Nothing is going up, everything is going down.
Free fall is a stepping stone to high altitude, low opening operations, halo operations. This is used to infiltrate where one jumps out of an aircraft at about 30,000 feet above mean sea level and activate his or her parachute at 3,000 feet above ground level, meaning these members are jumping from the highest level and open at the lowest level after jumping.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the parachutes are now safely open. The canopy that they're jumping with is the Pathfinder 300. 300 means that it is a 300 square feet canopy, which is quite large. Civilian free fallers jump with much smaller canopies for higher speeds. In the military, it's not about speed, it's getting safely onto the ground. The other reason why our parachutes are so large is because the jumper must also jump, or the Pathfinder must jump with his personal equipment, because our job is not to land and congratulate ourselves afterwards, it's actually to do some form of mission. The canopies are also colored light gray to make them less visible in the air. The jumper can manipulate the canopy like an aircraft wing by pulling down on the toggles, which the jumper can use to steer himself onto a position. The square canopy, or the ram air type canopy, is designed to land into higher wind conditions, therefore making sure or reduce injuries during the Pathfinder deployment. You can now see the Pathfinder coming in. They will flare the canopy close to the ground to reduce forward speed, increase lift, and land safely. The small parachute behind the canopy, that's part of the activation device. It's called a pilot chute. Uses that to pull out the main canopy from the deployment bag. Radical turns close to the ground is prohibited. And there he flares to reduce his speed and land safely.
Wow.
That is Lieutenant Colonel Laurel Thatcher. Give him a hand. You can observe that on his back he's got a second parachute. That is his reserve. The reserve is on the same size as the main canopy, because if you're under your reserve, you must still be able to land with your equipment. We do not cut away equipment just because we deploy our reserve canopy. Otherwise, you will be stuck on the ground without weapons, ammunition, and equipment. Second jumper coming in. We've requested the Pathfinder grouping to land slightly apart that everybody can see something. Second jumper coming in, and he's flaring. Beautiful.
Wow.
Third jumper coming in, standing by for the flare, and he flares.
Wow.
The intent is to do a stand-up to prevent injuries, but sometimes things go wrong. You go into half brakes and you just take the landing. Number 4 and number 5 coming in. These are all instructors from 44 Parachute Regiment. Flaring and landing. Beautiful. Excellent on the fifth landing as well.
Beautiful.
Right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand. These guys haven't jumped in yesterday because of the bad weather, but fortunately for you, we could display it to you. Now, when the Pathfinders are on the ground, their mission will be to do reconnaissance, especially on the landing and the dropping zones of the main force. They will also ensure the safety during the drop by controlling the drop from the ground. Normally, they will not infiltrate the objective areas. That is done by special forces. But most parachute operations will be led in by the Pathfinders to ensure safety. So they've got a very important job to do. Should they be compromised during this stage of the operation, they will cut all the equipment away and they will start with escape and evasion. And of course, the airborne commander will initiate the combat search and rescue plan to retrieve them and get them out of the area. These members will now tactically withdraw or non-tactically withdraw back to our position. The commander have now cleared in the CASA 212 aircraft to perform a light cargo drop. You can observe to the south, just on the far side of the Augusta 109.
What does it take to excel? What does it take to build trust in a demanding market? Almaz. Robust reliability through true innovation. Functionality in engineering. Application with purpose, cutting down on operational costs. Whatever the cultivar, we have the solutions. One machine, multiple work. That's the Almaz difference.
The DZ safety officer is further to your north between the main runway and the taxiway. They will deploy smoke and the pilot will attempt to drop the freight on top of his position. This drop will be controlled from the aircraft, but the DZ safety officer will clear in the aircraft. There's a smoke on the ground now. Let's watch what's happening.
The CASA 212 is a light cargo transport capable of short takeoffs and landings from unprepared airfields. This aircraft is based at 44 Squadron Air Force Base Waterkloof. CASA 212 is mainly used in the paratrooping and light cargo delivery roles. Other tasks include casualty and medical evacuation to air transport critical patients if required, search and rescue, free fall, static fall, tailster, as well as daily normal operations.
You can now observe that the rear ramp is open. The grouping is standing by, and on command for the pilot, they will push these freight containers out. Exit, exit, exit. You can observe that is 5 light containers, A7A. Normally, the freight is dropped with white or colored parachutes to make them more visible for the paratroopers during their landing. Freight will always be dropped first, and personnel will be dropped over freight for obvious reasons. That is now the cargo drop. You can observe that the cargo is very quickly onto the ground, and the Pathfinders will now retrieve this equipment to use during their subsequent operations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence with the rest of the battle. You can now observe on your right, to the west, the Roycat armored vehicle entering the display area. The Roycat is an high mobility platform deployed by the Armor Corps. It is a fully 8x8 armored vehicle, well armed with a 76 high velocity gun. It was designed specifically to take out the older series of Soviet tanks that we encountered, such as the T-54, T-55 series. These vehicles are well armored over the frontal arc to provide protection. They do wide reconnaissance, but they're also ideally suited to provide direct fire support, as they will do today. Followed in is also the Mamba armored personnel carrier that will deploy the 81mm mortars that for the direct fire support. The 81mm mortar is deployed by the South African Infantry Corps as a direct to provide direct support for the infantry at close range. These weapons are being replaced in the long run by a long-range 60mm mortar that provides better firepower as well as longer range. They will now set up to establish a indirect fire support base to support the ground assault. Also to the west is now the 4 Mambas entering the display area. That is the infantry platoon mounted on their armored personnel carriers. This platoon is from 44 Parachute Regiment, 1 Parachute Battalion. They are commanded by Lieutenant Mapasha, call sign India 49, 1 Parachute Battalion. Now normally our paratroopers do not go into battle by vehicle, we normally jump, but for this display it just shows that the infantry is multi-purpose. We can basically do anything. We are the grunts, we are the queen of the battlefield, as we all know. They will now form up, turn right, and they will form up in a platoon, two-up formation. That means two sections up front. The third vehicle behind them is the platoon commander's vehicle. They will also deploy the 60mm Patmore, which is a short-range patrol mortar. And then the fourth vehicle at the back is the section in depth. That as the reserve sections. The vehicles will now move forward, and they will then start to prepare to debus. The ground commander, in cooperation with the air mission commander, have now cleared in the Hawks. The Hawks will now do an interdiction strike onto the objective area in preparation for the ground assault. I'll give you the call when the Hawks are inbound. The Mamba armored personnel carrier is not designed to participate in direct contact or combat. They are battlefield taxis. They lack the armor protection as well as the firepower to be able to fight. Therefore, they will drop off the infantry platoon. The infantry platoon will advance, and then these vehicles will withdraw to a Zulu area or for empty vehicles, where they will remain until called upon to retrieve the platoon. You can observe two sections up front, platoon commander in the middle with the control mortar, and then the depth sections. We are now awaiting the Hawk to do the initial strike.
In the next few seconds, you'll be seeing the Hawk coming from the northern side, commanded by Major Michael Vermeulen, call sign Paladin. Together with him is Captain Isaac Monoshi Kadimeng, navigator. The second Hawk is commanded by Major Tise Solohodi, call sign Lego, and his backseat is Major General Lancelot Matebula, Chief Director, Force Preparation.
Right. Hawks inbound. They are pitching for the attack. They are to the north. Pitching, fanning, and then they will strike.
The Hawk Mark 120 leading fighter trainer demonstrates the capabilities of the platform on the TV wall. The attack programs that have been demonstrated are a dive bomb attack and dive cannon attack from the low level, and the dive bomb attack from closest support wheel above the battlefield.
The ground commander have also called in further fire support. Roy Falk inbound from the north, pitching. 81mm mortars engaging. Flot on the ground. The smoke on the ground is indicated to the air assets for safety of own forces. We call it flot, front line of own troops. Roy Falk inbound, striking. 81's engaging.
Roy Falk combat support helicopter is an attack helicopter using the ground suppression, anti-armor, reconnaissance, closure support, and counter-insurgency roles.
Infantry is now doing fire and movement. When one person is firing, his buddy will protect him by firing onto the enemy. We trade bullets for lives. So although the infantry is in the open, all the firepower directed at the enemy will probably keep their heads low to reduce losses. The Hawks have now taken up a cap, combat air patrol up high, to observe the battlefield, ready to be called upon to do secondary strikes.
In the low-level pop-up attack, the Hawk Mark 120 leading fighter trainer gets to about 850 kilometers per hour, and in the closest support will dive attack about 770 kilometers per hour.
You can observe that the mortars are firing. What they are doing is they are dropping a thunder flash down the barrel, and that then simulates the firing of the mortars, and we coordinate that with the battlefield simulation noise team, and they will detonate the explosive. Own Forces Commander have now redeployed his depth section. They are there to take over the battle if we sustained losses up front. Hawks inbound for a secondary strike.
The aircraft delivers Mark 81 bombs and 30mm high explosive cannon rounds. And in the dive attack, the pilot only has 3 seconds. In order to provide mutual support to each other and increase their survivability in hostile environments.
Roy Falk, secondary strike, pitching. Fanning lining up for the strike.
The rifle can be equipped with a variety of weapons in conjunction with up to 20mm chin-mounted chain-fed cannon, which can be displayed with the weapon system operator's helmet.
Therefore, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, on the modern battlefield, we apply the principle of fire and maneuver or fire and movement. So we will not advance onto an enemy position without proper or appropriate air, as well as ground, direct and indirect fire support. This is to keep losses low. So people always ask the question, how can we advance onto an enemy position and not sustain losses? You need to pepper them to keep their heads down. Own Forces Commander have now moved his troops forward. They are advancing at the walk, and they will walk through the objective area to clear the objective area and arrest any live personnel that's still on the ground. At this stage, the enemy is probably totally disrupted, unable to fire back, and they are easy then to contain and so forth. Take note that the Rooivalk is still in the overhead position. We call it overwatch. They are watching the battlefield, and the Hawks are up high inside the cap to provide additional fire support. Own Forces Commander advancing through the objective area. You can observe also that the commander has pulled forward these vehicles. So the 81mm mortars are now redeploying forward, as well as the Gyrocopter will be deployed forward to be able to take up positions. There's always a possibility of ground forces after a successful attack to be counterattacked by own force or enemy forces, and therefore they need to be ready to defend their position after the battle. You can observe that the platoon commander has now placed his people in all-round defense, and he will be calling forward his vehicles to support them as well as retrieve them to redeploy.
And folks, the aircrew in the Rooivalk during the Overwatch are Major Cornet Stadler, the commander. Together with Major Stadler, we have Lieutenant Colonel O.G. Mutwane, officer commanding 16th Squadron, Air Force Base Block Sprint.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, there's the Gyrocopter moving along. This vehicle is impressive. It's probably the only vehicle of this type in the world. The Italians do have the Centauro, but the Centauro is a tank killer. This vehicle is not designed for reconnaissance at high speed and able to independently operate in front of own forces up to 50 kilometers in front of own forces. The number of vehicles are also now moving fast to pick up the platoon and allow the platoon commander to redeploy. Take note that the Mamba is an armored personnel carrier. It's a battlefield taxi, so that it's not designed for direct fighting or safety anyway, because the vehicles are generally bullet magnets. Everybody shoots at them, safer to be on the ground.
And that Acosta 109 right in front of us is playing the role of airborne command and control. And this is a task that the Acosta 109 can perform from an overwatch position, performing airborne command and control for ground forces to aid in crime prevention, crowd control, and battlefield support from airborne position.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can notice that the Augusta has been cleared in to perform a reconnaissance mission. The Augusta, because of its speed and its small size, is ideally to do battlefield reconnaissance. It's a dangerous environment, so these aircraft are normally protected by a Rooivalk. As of course, they also have electronic systems on board to protect the aircraft. So this is the Augusta performing a battlefield reconnaissance mission.
The Augusta 109 is a large utility aircraft that has multiple configuration with dual benches and can be configured with weapons. This aircraft can do 20 knots faster than the speed of the Oryx and further requires less support crew than that of the Oryx. It has an amazing flight automated suit and can hold in a hover.
Ladies and gentlemen, the platoon commander has now rolled up. They have arrested those enemy forces still alive. We have beaten them yesterday, but for some reason they are back today. Hopefully they have learned their lesson truly and well. They are now retrieving under the cover of smoke, and the platoon commander will move off. We will see if the Rooivalk will also deliver some smoke. The Rooivalk can deliver smoke by pumping diesel diesel fuel onto the outlet manifold of the engine, creating a thick plume of white smoke.
A109 has some interesting equipment. One can fit in like Argos system, which is an airborne observation system. The roles and functions of the Augusta A109 include hoisting, sniper protection, reconnaissance, trooping, humanitarian assistance, as well as search and rescue mission.
The ground forces are now withdrawing. They will now set up for your viewing pleasure for a drive past. I think these people did very well. They are my old paratroopers. They are my alma mater. And ladies and gentlemen, they can fight. If you're ever wondering if we can, yes we can. Right, Augusta unfortunately received enemy fire from the ground. The aircraft has been shot down. The pilot are now trying to land the aircraft. We've been informed that one of the air crew have been seriously injured. The second crew member is still fine. And we will now demonstrate how we retrieve pilots.
The commander of this Augusta A109 is Lieutenant Colonel Ukiela, with over 10,000 flight hours, together with
The retrieval of ground pilots are extremely important for obvious reasons. If a pilot is captured, he can use for various political reasons, but also for information and so forth. So the retrieval of pilots must take place very quickly. For that purpose, for every strike package, aircraft mission, there will be a dedicated combat search and rescue grouping close by to do the retrieval. The commander of that package will be then deactivated to do the retrieval of the pilot. So there you have our down pilot. He's uninjured, and when the pilot is uninjured, it's very simple. We simply fly in and we pick them up. But the operation can be much more complicated. This combat search and rescue package will include appropriate air resources. It will include ground elements that will deploy to the ground to retrieve the pilot. It will include a onboard command post, and it will be supported by fixed-wing aircraft as well as the Rifle attack helicopters to make sure that nobody interferes with the retrieval of the pilots. The CSAR commander is now on board of the second Augusta. That is the search aircraft. They will now search and locate the pilot while he's on the run. The pilot will have his own radio system, and he will make contact with the CSAR commander to direct them onto their positions. Normally we do not use smoke at this stage because the smoke will give the pilot's position away to enemy forces. You can now observe that the CSAR commander have located the pilot and is cleared in the two Oryx helicopters to be able to deploy the search team. I will call it in when they arrive. The search team comprises out of two force elements, a protection detachment under Captain Leon Albin. They are from 500 Squadron. They are the para-rescue jumpers of the South African Air Force. With them will be a medical team under command of Major Tubela from 7 Medical Battalion Group, and they will be providing medical support. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now notice flying in from the south is the two Oryx helicopters. On board is the search teams and the medical team, or the protection grouping with the medical team. They are set up to deploy to the ground by means of fast roping, or I say again, rappelling. We use the rope work techniques to get groupings on the ground should the helicopter for some reason not be able to land. For example, within an urban setup as well as a jungle setup. The crew is currently now standing on the steps outside the aircraft ready to work down. The CSAR commander has also called in the Rifle to launch preliminary strikes to keep opposing forces away from this area. There's the two Oryxes flying in from the south, smoke on the ground.
The first Oryx is commanded by Major Michael Lowe, call sign Avatar. His co-pilot is Captain Carl Hall, call sign Nomad, and the flight engineer is Officer Peter Bradford. The second Oryx is flown by
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene on the ground is as follows. You can now notice that the injured pilot has been loaded into a basket for hoisting. He is surrounded and protected by members from 500 Squadron, the other members with the black helmets. These members are Air Force personnel. They are all qualified paratroopers, and they support us during airborne operations to do combat search and rescue. In the same capacity, they also support special forces. The members with the white helmets are members from 7 Medical Battalion Group. They are fully trained medical personnel up to medical levels 7 to 8. So they are basically paramedics, and they will then support or render medical support. You can see now that the stretcher has been rigged. On the stretcher will be the stretcher jockey. You will ride the stretcher to the aircraft, and it will be guided by a guide rope to prevent the basket from spinning. Right, we are now waiting for the aircraft or the group on the ground to prepare themselves, and for the Air Mission Commander to call in the Oryx helicopters to start with retrieval. Safety and the security and the retrieval of pilots are extremely important. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now observe the BK117 has been called in to do the hoisting and the retrieval of the injured pilot.
Kawasaki BK117 is a light utility helicopter operated by 15th Squadron Charlie Flight based at Airport Station Port Elizabeth in Gqeberha.
The second Augusta will retrieve the uninjured pilot and successfully board the
air crew for the BK117 we have Major Cameron, call sign Pesa, co-pilot is Lieutenant Jan Oliver, call sign Gizmo, and the flight engineer for the BK117 is Sergeant C.
Watch the battlefield and engage any target immediately should there be a threat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start with the retrieval of the search team. The Oryxes have been cleared in from the south. The first aircraft will fly in and use a technique we call rope extraction. They will lower a rope, and the crew, the search grouping, will attach themselves to this rope by means of a carabiner attached to a harness. The second aircraft will fly in, and you will notice further to the south, the Gecko has been positioned for cargo slinging. The Gecko is a rapid deployment logistical vehicle used by the airborne. That vehicle can be dropped by parachute from the C-130 aircraft, 4 at a time. The vehicle can also be cargo slinked under an Oryx helicopter, and it also fits onto the small landing crafts of the SA Navy. We've done tests a couple of years ago very successfully. The vehicle is very suitable to land in the surf because the hull is watertight, and of course because it's a permanent 8x8 vehicle, it travels over sand like nobody's business. The vehicle weighs about 900 kilograms, so it's very light for the purposes of the airborne. We are now waiting for the ground command, I say again, the air mission commander, to call in the aircraft for the retrieval. Right, instruction was given, Oryx is inbound to the south. One will do the rope extraction, the second one will do the cargo lifting of the Gecko vehicle.
Folks, hot extraction is performed by competent and qualified aircrew only on a specific extraction rope. Up to a number of 7 people maximum on the rope at a time. Basically, this is a small team extraction. The aircraft comes into the hover at around about 80 to 100 feet, and the rope comes off the ground, the last person at about 120 feet. Members are responsible for own hookup procedures and double-checking their own attachment points. The aircraft will then lift them basically to a safe altitude and then transition to the forward flight, moving them away from the hostile area. During that time, the members of the rope are able to provide sufficient
And ladies and gentlemen, the personnel being hot extracted or rope extracted will only be flown over a short distance until a suitable landing zone so they can board the aircraft. They will not keep dangling like that for too long because it reduces the speed of the forward speed of the helicopter and makes the crew very vulnerable. The same applies to cargo slinging. We do it over short distances to redeploy heavier assets. The Gecko Rapid Deployment Logistical Vehicle is used by the airborne to increase our mobility from the dropping zones to the objective area. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our demonstration. What is now going to happen is that the vehicles as well as the aircraft will prepare for a fly pass. They will be nice and close for your viewing pleasure. So take out your cameras and stand by. Let me just give them a time to set up and get ready.
The Hawks are returning for the final strike, followed by the Roy Falk combat support helicopter.
Well, folks, we must say a very big thank you to Colonel William Dixon.
Just say.
William will be leaving the South African National Defence Force in a few months' time. And he leaves a legacy behind of probably one of the few that has put together these huge, huge shows. Today you heard him as the commentator, one of the two commentators, and he will be long remembered. The Roy Falk lets off a salvo right in front of us. Yeah. So William, from the commentary team at Capital, we thank you. We've worked with you from the days when you were a sergeant right the way through to a full colonel. And you will be remembered as a great, great soldier. So proud of South Africa, wearing the maroon beret with the utmost of pride and honor. One of the greatest soldiers to come out of South Africa.
This Hawk formation is led by Major Michael Vermeulen, called sign Paladin. He's a flight leader at 85 Combat Flying School. He was born in Johannesburg in the year 1987. His backseater is the navigator, Captain Isaac Monoshin Kadimeng, called sign Atreus. He was born in Mamelodi and grew up in Falbank in Mpumalanga. The commander of the second Hawk is Major T. Lugodi, called sign Lego, from Middlelands, Soweto, and he matriculated at Holy Family College in the year 2005.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds for the Hawk fly pass from north to south.
The Hawk is used for training aspirant fighter pilots in all aspects of modern fighter flying.
Hawks to the north, turning in for the flight pass.
And as those Hawks approach, please don't forget about that VW Fox that's parked at the fuel bay. We've got to get that car moved. We're running short of fuel.
This is the Hawk Mach 120, laden fighter trainer from 85 Combat Flying School, Air Force Base Makado, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the air crew for the CASA 212 that we saw earlier, the commander of the CASA was Major Begisha Bangu, called sign Swazboy. The training coordinator at 44 Squadron, and his co-pilot was Lieutenant Floyd Mpaka, called sign Diggle, and the loadmaster was Flight Sergeant Emmanuel Ramajela.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, chopper formation have been cleared in. They're just setting up, and then they will be followed by the recovery of the fast movers, of the jets.
And right in front of us here, you will see the Roy cut in the front, and behind it, the Mambas carrying those paratroopers, moving along very so that they don't make dust and make it unpleasant for you.
The commander for the Augusta is Lieutenant Colonel Pokela, with over 3,000 helicopter flying hours. With him, we have the flight engineer, Sergeant Katswayo. The commander for the Kawasaki BK117 is Major Cameron, call sign Pacer, currently working at Charlie Flight Air Force Station, Port Elizabeth, with a total amount of 1,350 flying hours, and his co-pilot is Lieutenant Colonel Jed Oliver, call sign Gizmo, with a total amount of 2,300 flying hours. The flight engineer is Sergeant C. Van Dalen, with about 1,300 flying hours.
Choppers inbound. BK117 Augusta 109, 2 Oryxes and the Roy Falk.
The Roy Falk is commanded by Major Corneille Stadler with Lieutenant Colonel O.G. Mutwane. The commander of the first Oryx is Major Michael Lowe, call sign Aveta, with Captain Carl Paul, as well as Warrant Officer Peter Bradford. And the commander of the second Oryx is Major Warren Job, call sign Chico, co-pilot Captain Dagalo Mulumoni, flight engineer Sergeant Matthew Langman.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, just concluding is the drive bars of the ground forces, the Roykart armored vehicle, and the 5 Mambas with the personnel of 1 para-battalion clinging on for dear life to give you a final wave. Thank you, Brian, for your kind words. I'm signing off. This is my last demonstration. I think over the years I've done about 120 of them now, but this is definitely my last one. I need to go home now. My wife has called me. Thank you very much. Colonel Dixon, Virus, signing off.
Let's give him a nice round of applause. The very last time that you hear this great soldier.
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EWCOP has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Just a quick announcement. The Lost and Found is at Hangar 2. Hangar 2 is where you'll find the Lost and Found. So any items that you find that are strange to you, please take them to the Lost and Found at Hangar 2. Or alternatively, if you have lost something, go to Hangar 2 and you will retrieve it. On that note, we have an access card for Lieutenant Colonel J. de Kock, AAD number 91714360 PIE. That's Papa India Echo. It has been lost. If you find it, please take it to Hangar 2. And the other thing is, one gold wedding was found outside Hangar 4. It's reported as lost and found. So if you are missing a wedding ring, go to Hangar 2, please. There's also a silver Discovery Platinum Visa bank card. It was found next to the main gate. And the owner's name is E. Robenheimer. Folks, I'm getting a directive from the official, the flight display director, requesting that the owner of the VW Fox please attend to the vehicle and have it moved. It is blocking the fuel bay. If you would kindly go as soon as possible to remove your VW Fox. Thank you. Will the owner of a cosmetic ring, a silver cosmetic ring with a skull, please go to Hangar 2 to collect it?
What makes a reputable company? It's all in the approach. The approach to lead a demanding and competitive market. The approach to serve and excel. The approach to be cool in the line of applications. Building quality into every design. The attention to meticulous detail. Manufacturing for top South African brands. Line. It's in the name.
Want to know more about upcoming aviation events? Then follow Aviation Central on social media. Celebrating 15 years of wonderful work this month. Share the love for aviation at Aviation Centre to Africa Aerospace and Defence and the South African Museum Air Show. Aviation Central, for the love of flying with a uniquely South African flavour. Ladies and gentlemen, in the sky now, we have the Nashua Extra. This is Andrew Blackwood Murray with solo aerobatics.
The aircraft we're watching there being flown by Andrew Blackwood Murray. It's an Extra 300 SC. And Andrew's well known as a pilot. His love of aviation began with his father at a young age, attending air shows around the country and paying visits to his uncle's workshop, which was an aviation enthusiast's dream. It was this time that Andrew's interest in flying was sparked. Receiving his wings in the South African Air Force in 1988, then he was selected by South African Airways in 1997, and then he was crowned as South African aerobatic champion in the intermediate category in 2020. Andrew is a line training and check captain at Africa Charter Airline on their Boeing 737 passenger and freight aircraft. He is also chief commercial officer for JAG Cargo, a company formed by a former SAA colleague and himself. He's sponsored by Nashua.
What's that, Brian? You've all been invited to the President's Gala tonight. I'm just going to...
Just watch what this man does with that Extra 300. Absolutely amazing aerobatic pilot. Really enjoys what he's doing.
Just watching the Nashua Extra with Andrew Blackwood Murray. And of course, Nashua's tagline is saving you time, saving you money, putting you first. Beautiful flying here by Andrew Blackwood Murray. Folks, let's go over live and join Andrew Blackwood Murray. Beautiful display, Andrew.
Hello, Brian. Thanks again. Lovely to be back here now, just displaying on my own rather than with the pictures. Conditions have improved a little bit gusty, which makes it a bit challenged. And obviously it saps your energy. However, having fun up here. Hope you guys are having fun down there. 3 more maneuvers to go, and we'll see you later this afternoon. Don't miss the Harvard display at 5:30.
And that's Andrew Blackwood Murray displaying a knife edge fly pass here. And that's right on the edge, a knife edge.
Detail complete. I must give such a huge shout out to the controllers up in the Waterkloof Tower. That's opposite us. We got a team of air traffic controllers up there. Tower, ground, we've got radar. They're all working over there, and they're doing an incredible job. Then over here where we are, they hardly get time to take their earphones off. We've got the team of controllers here in Johannesburg at Oliver Tambo Airport. We've got radar.
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EWCOP has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology. With accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology, we can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Created from a desire to serve an ever-growing industrial world, national chains have a firm grip on the market with one goal in mind: building quality solutions. So our stamp of approval is visible in the strength and longevity of all the different heavy-duty chains and conveyor systems we manufacture. So we keep production machinery in motion in any industry. From mining to marine, we deliver. National Chains, industry leaders in manufacturing progress.
I cannot continue. For every aircraft that gets airborne, it needs to land and refuel ASAP. And all the aircraft that had fuel are now sitting empty. So if that vehicle
So this
still
is pretty
blocking-
serious.
Yeah, no, it's very serious. It's dead serious. I think VOC has already been alerted that they are looking for the individual.
So what we can tell you is we have fed the number plate of this person into the system, and it has come up that the person we are looking for is a student, and it's a student from PU. That's what, Pretoria University? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's the university just to the north of the high ground that you see. And it's an unfortunate situation that is a student. Maybe I wonder we shouldn't look in the beer tent, Brian.
Well, that's what I was thinking. So, folks, if any of you know a student from Pretoria University that would have parked his car, his or her car, at the main fuel valve for the feeder system for the Bowsers, would you please ask that person to come forward and remove that car, because it's not going to be long now and we're going to have to stop the show. Trevor Cohen, a big thank you for the most incredible gift from Apparel. That's Wingman Apparel, South Africa. Very, very big thank you, Wingman Apparel, for the beautiful gift sent to me up here in the commentary box. Also, I've just heard that new stock has arrived at the Silver Falcon stand. So if you'd like to get a Silver Falcon cap, the first 50 that get to that blue gazebo, we've got Silver Falcon caps on an incredible special. Get down there now. There are Silver Falcon caps. First 50 that get down there. Falcon caps on a special, but you're going to have to move, because this is your last chance to get a Silver Falcon cap over at the Silver Falcon gazebo, which is between the Chinese Y20 and the SAF Hercules.
approaching from the south here now, we have the Air Force Museum helicopter display being led by the Puma and the two Alouette 3s. It's being led by Alouette 3, then the Puma, and then followed by another Alouette 3. As they're now going to turn to face us, facing the crowd.
Good day, folks. I'm Captain Richard Louis Dixon. I'm the Operations Officer at the South African Air Force Museum. What you see before you is the three-ship formation followed by the Alouette 2 at the back. The Puma is now leading with the advance, tucking and turning out, with the two Alouette 3s turning to the left and right. Followed by the Alouette 2, flown by Colonel K8, call sign Decibel. The Alouette 2 is now pitching and then making a torque turn at the apex of the turn to the left. Notice the bright orange day-glow color scheme that used to be applied to all South African Air Force training aircraft. The purpose of this bright coloring is to distinguish the aircraft for trainer purposes, and when and if the aircraft went down, it was easier to find from the air. The Alouette 2 used to be used as the trainer helicopter for the South African Air Force before pilots would move on to the Alouette 3 and Puma. Apologies from the second showbox. Phoenix is on the showbox. It's Sam and Mr. Martin. Co-pilot, Captain Jacob Blom, and Flight Sergeant, or Director of Flight Engineers, Flight Sergeant Paramount Mwari. Models was this in November 1976 to October 1978. Now taking a rotation to the left. Steadying out. Conducting a rearward strategy. This particular exercise is incredibly difficult for a pilot as you cannot see the immediate rear.
Colonel Ivan Roberts, since I've got him here in the airspace.
So folks, we've asked the Puma to go and have a look and see whether they could be of assistance. Yaku, Brian, do you copy?
Brian, this is Yaku Puma, go ahead.
Roger, I believe the air boss has asked you whether you guys could just check out where that car is, because we don't want to stop the show. We've got the Hawker Hunter, we've still got a lot of flying, but the car's making it that we can't get fuel.
Copy, Puma, we've got the car visual. Can you locate the owner for us? Or you want us to just move it from the current position?
Well, I've asked the boss, and boss, what do you say? Should we just move it? Just stand by, I'm checking.
Yeah, Brian, I'm left with no choice. We have to move that vehicle now, otherwise we don't have an air show.
Okay, copy. The Hawker Hunter's going to come into his show shortly, but if you guys can assist us, and in the meantime, we are putting out a search for the owner.
Copy, I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's myself again. I thought that this opportunity, while the Colonel is still there, I will promote his distinguished service history just to prove that he is a very competent pilot and perfectly capable of responding to the Air Force's call. Colonel Robertson was born on 9th of February 1978 and he matriculated from Alderine High School just across the road. He flew many aircraft including the PC-7 Mark II, which is the basic trainer, the Alouette 3 helicopter, our Gusta A109, the Oryx, the Puma, the R22, the R44, and many, many others.
Okay, you ready? So ladies and gentlemen, I'm handing over the microphone now to Major Francois Naudier. Standing here next to me, Francois Naudier, 29,000 flying hours. 29,000 flying hours, a former Silver Falcon, and the aircraft that's flying there from the Swiss Air Force, the Swiss Hunter.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, quite great to see this aircraft flying in. I brought it in on Friday afternoon. It's a Hawker Hunter Mark 58. It's a transonic British fighter which was designed specifically for the Royal Air Force in the late 1940s, early 1950s. The first flight of this specific model, the Mark 58 two-seater aircraft, was on 20 July 1951. That's 73 years ago. There were 1,972 of these aircraft built, and it was operated by about 20 different air forces. The aircraft that you just saw departing in our registration, Zulu uniform, Hotel Uniform November. The ICAO designation of the aircraft is Hotel Uniform November Tango Hunt, and it's owned by Ron Wielden and JP Fourie from NAC. I was fortunate to be trained as instructor on the aircraft by Keith Dennison, one of the test pilots from the Royal Air Force a couple of years ago. The aircraft has been used in South Africa, a couple of air shows, and it was also used in the support function for weapons testing for Denel, and also to act as a moving target for radar trials that was done by Paramount. The aircraft has got a max all-up weight of 17,750 pounds, and which is 8,000 kilograms. It's powered by a Rolls-Royce Avon 2207 engine, turbojet, total thrust of 10,145 pounds, and it's capable of a Mach 0.94, which equates to 630 kilometers per hour or 1,270. Okay, there's Ron doing a fly pass in a northerly direction, Mach 0.85 fly pass, a vicinity of 550 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, not capable to do a full vertical show, and he's just going to do one or two fly pass before heading back to Lancero where the aircraft is based. This particular aircraft was utilized by the Swiss Air Force for a period of about 25 years. And Ron bought this aircraft with a full support kit and technical support from the Swiss Air Force. It was delivered to him in absolute immaculate condition. And Ron, with a team of engineers, are keeping their hands on the aircraft to make it look like it's just been released from the factory. Approaching us from the south, is running in for a low fly pass, and high-speed fly pass not allowed to fly in excess of 550 knots. On the left-hand side, you not see this every day.
What a treat. Sorry, Francois, what a treat of jets today.
It's an absolutely immaculate machine to see. This aircraft was utilized as a bomber, ground attack aircraft, also fitted with cannons. Obviously, being an ex-military aircraft, being exported to South Africa, and now in civilian registration, it has been demilitarized, so the cannons have been removed, and all the hard points can only carry external fuel, not allowed to carry any weapons on the aircraft anymore. However, in the cockpit, all the switches and systems are still visible.
So, Francois, you've got many, many hours on Impalas. You flew many sorties with the Falcons. You flew operationally. If I had to ask you which would be your best fighter of all time, which would you say? Difficult question.
Brian, unfortunately, I had to make a choice between supersonic fighters and airline career. So having spent about 6 years as an instructor on the Impalas, I eventually decided to rather pursue a career in the airline. So the period I flew in the Air Force, the absolute gentleman's jet was the Impala. It's an aircraft which is very close to my heart. Although a low performance jet trainer aircraft, we used to call it a super sleek silver sonar, and an absolute fantastic machine to fly. And one of the pilots who normally do displays on it, Mike Weingarts, is an absolute master on this machine. He's the person with the most hours.
Yeah, the most hours in the world.
In the world, yeah.
World record for Mike Weingarts. Were you ever flying orange tails, or did you immediately come to blue?
I flew orange tails as well. Very fortunate to be doing. Yeah. Approaching from the south again, aircraft probably be configured in a landing configuration.
So we know that the Cheetah used to come over the fence at 190 knots. What would your speed be for landing over the fence?
Okay, it's just raised the gear now. Approaching in a full flat configuration, the approach speed is 170 knots. Therefore, it's got a drag chute to allow it to stop on a fairly short runway. 170 knots over the fence. The normal approach speed is in the vicinity of 190, bleeded down for 170 over the fence, and wheels to touch at 160 knots.
What were you screened for? Did you do Harvard's Impala or straightly?
Harvard's first. I joined the Air Force in 1982, started my flying career, just answering a question here from Brian on the Harvard's. And from there transitioned to light aircraft through the Bosbok, the Kudu, and then spent 6 years on the Impalas as instructor. Okay, Brian asking me if I know Clive Pienaar. There were quite a couple of Pienaars. Clive flew the light aircraft, Impalas, Buccaneers, Boeings, Yeah, there were a couple of Pinars in the Air Force, and he was one of the well-known fighter pilots.
I think the most famous would be Straight Roll. Straight Roll Pinar. Flew with him one day on a mango flight, believe it or not.
Yeah, a little naughty person, but anyway, he was a safe man, but always up to mischief. I think for the last pass, as I said, due to certain restrictions placed on the aircraft, no official full display allowed today. Approaching the fence, and he will probably do a touch and go, and then off to Lancero.
Okay, guys, remember that I can't see the runner. So when you see that he breaks out and he runs, well, when he's... Is it back there?
Final departure and away from the Hawker Hunter.
Well, we say a big thank you to Ron. I nicknamed him Rocket Ron. He's so fast, Ron Wielden. And a big thank you to Francois Nordier for expert commentary. Well, I see over here in the box they are negotiating with the South African Police Service. They're talking to the VOC and the JOC, because it looks like if we don't get that car moved now, we are not going to be able to continue. So let's see where our Puma is, whether he is able to assist. Well, Rocket Ron loves it so much, he said, guys, I'm coming back for a missed approach, and then I'm going to Lanceria. So one more chance to see the aircraft. Should be approaching now the Hawker Hunter from the Swiss Air Force, still in the original colors. If you ever go to Switzerland, go to Payerne. They've got the most incredible museum there. As we're watching Ron Wielden, highly qualified attorney.
Ron Bryan, how long will you fly from here to Lanceria? Approximately 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. good, Ron. Ron here is coming back, by the way. He's coming back. I don't know if you've ever watched, what's that show on television where the guy was taking off the jackets with Simon Cowell. He spent the whole day taking off Day-Glow jackets. Britain's Got Talent. Well, there you are. Here now is Ron Wielden, and he promises this is the final flight box. Those poor television crews. They follow it and they edit it all the way through to Cheerio, and he comes back. Here he comes now. Okay, now he's motoring. He's putting paraffin to good use. Beautiful. Okay, Puma, if you can help us, just confirm that you are latched on that aircraft, on that car.
Yeah, Brian, we are latched on. I just want to confirm we've got the right vehicle. Confirm it is a white VW Fox.
Yes, affirm, it is a white Fox. I was just checking my notes over here. It is a white Fox. And please, if you lift it, just be very careful.
If you can try and find the owner first so we can get a spot to put it out for.
Thank you very much. Well, this is a final call to the owner. Final call. If that is your car, you'll have a good look now. You'll know that you parked it at the fuel farm. Puma's getting ready to lift. Got about 8 tons of rotor downwash. Oh, there they've got the car. Well, if this is your car, that shows you do not park at the fuel farm. We see some action down the bottom here. Could this be the owner? Oh no, all right. It looks like we've got the owner. Just bring the car here towards him. I'll see if he'll move out. Looks like he's running. We've got the owner. We've got the owner. He's running. He's running there too. Please bring his car. He's showing. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a young university student. Confirm you can see the owner.
Brian, we've got the owner visual. We'll try and put it down for him nicely.
So we got the owner. It's a young fellow over there. Oh, what a horrible day for him. They've got his... While he's begging you, absolutely. The little guy that's holding his hands on his head. He's desperate. He's saying, please. He's looking at me. Well, he's got his car. Guys, the controllers have confirmed you can put the car down out very close to where he is and he'll drive away. He promises he won't park there again.
Okay, we'll try to put it down there right in front of him, but like I said,
Be as gentle as you can. Oh, that poor little fella.
Turning to wind, we are struggling up here, Brian.
Okay, I'm watching. I'm trying to calm this little guy down. Little guy over there that parked. I see there's a police car flashing its lights over there. They'll wonder, I wonder why he parked at the fuel farm. Well, they're bringing his car, so it looks like it's going to have a good end to the story. They've got him.
We can put it down in front of the owner.
Hey, firm, you are cleared direct to where the owner is, jumping up and down. If you can put it down there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What a bum day to come to. He's walking here. I can't believe what's happened.
Oh dear, guys. His car is flat.
Oh, they're coming.
We really tried. I lost a bit of control there in harbor. It was really hard. Please tell him I'm very, very sorry.
Well, I'm still going to ask you to get a lift home. He lives at the university. Isn't South Africa an incredible place? Somebody has just walked up to the little boy and said to him they'll donate him a brand new car. A brand new car so that he can go home and continue with his studies. So tell me, who donated the car to you?
I'm not sure who the person is, but yeah, I'm very thankful.
That little car of yours was a Fox, right?
Yes, I love that car so much, but unfortunately I see my car's not going to hold it until I get home.
So tell me, why did you park on that side by the fuel? Was it a quick route across?
Yeah, I saw there were no cars, so I take a chance to get into the air so quickly, maybe see a bit more planes. But yeah, unfortunately it didn't work out well.
For sure it didn't. And you are studying mechanical engineering at Dix. You don't think you could attempt to put that car together again?
No, I don't think anyone can put that car together. But yeah, it's going to stay at Beechcraft now.
You've donated it?
Yes.
Next up, those magnificent men in their flying machines.
Stearman is being flown by Steve Brown. Now the Boeing Stearman Model 75 is an iconic biplane that was played a significant role in aviation history, particularly during World War II. And we'll give you some interesting facts about the Boeing
Stearman. Originally built by the Stearman Aircraft Corporation, later became a subsidiary of Boeing. The model name officially known as the Stearman Model 75, and it was used primarily as a military trainer aircraft. The first Stearman Model 75 flew in 1934. It's powered by a 220 horsepower Continental R670 radial engine, though it could also be equipped with other engines. The Stearman has a classic biplane configuration with two wings stacked above and below the fuselage. The wings were made of wood and steel and covered with fabric, a common design feature of the time. Aircraft featured two open cockpits in tandem, one for the instructor and one for the trainee. Total units of those Stearman were built was over 10,000. Over to hear all about the first Chipmunk.
That's right, Leon. It is Stearman and the Chipmunks. It's not Alvin and the Chipmunks. Let's just get it clear. The Chipmunks is maiden flight on May 22nd in 1946, and it entered service in 1948 with the British Royal Air Force. And the design was by de Havilland, a well-known British aviation company. Primarily, it's been used as a basic training aircraft, and it is powered by the de Havilland Gypsy major engine, a 4-cylinder inline engine. Of the two Chipmunks up there, the orange one is piloted by Grant Timms, and the other one is by Ryan Briggs. They can achieve a maximum speed of 150 miles per hour, which is 241 kilos per hour, and typically cruises around 193 kilometers per hour. They have an impressive range of 630 kilometers per hour, and the Chipmunk was in service with the Royal Air Force until 1969. It is used primarily now for training pilots in basic flight maneuvers and navigation. Going right back at you, Leon.
Thanks, Ophelia. The usage of the Boeing Stearman was used as a primary trainer for U.S. military pilots during World War II. Stearman was also used by both the U.S. Army Air Force, later the United States Air Force, and the United States Navy. Civilian use after World War II. Many surplus Stearman were sold to civilians, where they were used for crop dusting, which we know as crop spraying, aerobatic, and air shows. This aircraft is tough and rugged. Its sturdy construction made it well suited for training novice pilots. The Stearman was used to teach basic flying skills as well as instrument flying. The top speed of the Stearman with maximum speed was around 200 kilometers an hour, 124 miles per hour. It had a range of about 505 miles, which is about 814 kilometers. The aircraft had a wingspan of 32 feet 2 inches. The length was 24 feet 3 inches, which is 7.39 meters, and it stood 9 feet 8 inches, 2.95 meters tall. The empty weight of the ship was around 870 kilograms. Total weight to take off to a maximum weight of around 1,236 kilograms. After the war, many Stearmans were converted into crop sprayers due to their robust design and ability to carry heavy loads. It became popular in the civilian market for aerobatic flying and air shows, and the Stearman has been featured in many films and television shows due to its classic biplane design. Today, many Stearman aircraft have been restored and are flown by aviation enthusiasts, as we are seeing here. It is estimated that over 60,000 pilots received their primary flight training with Spearman aircraft during World War II.
And just like the Stearman, the Chipmunk has also been featured in many films and television shows because of its classic design as well. I mean, if you look right now, with this beautiful skyline backdrop, it really just looks like a beautiful finish to a wonderful movie. Over 1,000 Chipmunks were produced, or shall I say manufactured, and in addition, they're being restored. Many of them have been restored and are still flying today. The aircraft finish features a distinctive round nose and a clear canopy for enhanced visibility. So it remains a very popular aircraft at air shows and aviation events. Interestingly, some Chipmunks have been modified with modern avionics and other updates while retaining their classic appearance.
I've changed the unit. If I was very fortunate once to fly down to Newcastle in the Chipmunk, lovely flight, and it handles very, very nimbly. It's actually an excellent trainer as a typical Chipmunk. So as we've heard that many pilots got their wings after they've been trained on a Chipmunk. In the background, you can see the Spearman and the two Chipmunks just really enjoying themselves. This sort of aircraft take on a Sunday afternoon flight just to sit back and to relax and put an end to a lovely weekend. And then they turn this formation, real classic formation. Aircraft dating back years and years ago. Many men got their first pilot license. Men and women. Ladies also flew those days. Straight ahead now, you'll see the three ships approaching us head on. It's the Boeing Spearman and the two Chipmunks. Let's see what super acts are going to do now.
Classic movie finish.
behind us.
This is their final flight path, so you can give them away, folks. Give them away. Those guys will see you. There they waggle the wing. Give them away. Those pilots of the average Here we have the last chipmunk coming fast. Guy also waving goodbye.
Gripen right there, ladies and gentlemen, giving a final wave.
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EWCOP has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Want to know more about upcoming aviation events? Then follow Aviation Central on social media. Celebrating 15 years of wonderful work this month. Share the love for aviation at Aviation Central, a visual partner to Africa Aerospace and Defence and the South African Museum Air Show. Aviation Central, for the love of flying with a uniquely South African flavor.
Default operations. The British Army Gazelles played a reconnaissance and support role during the Falklands War in 1982. Also, in the Lebanese Civil War, the Air Forces operated the Gazelles during that war, using them for reconnaissance and light attack operations as well. The Gazelle helicopter remains in service with several air forces around the world, valued for its versatility, speed, and proven design even decades after its introduction. Of course, in the civil space, by virtue of its beautiful design, as Brian affectionately calls it, the French ballerina, you can see why it is also a popular choice.
There are several variants of this aircraft. The SA-341 was the original production version, widely used for military reconnaissance and light attack missions. Then came the SA-342, which was an upgraded version featuring a more powerful engine and improved avionics. Then we had the Gazelle HD-3, a British Army training variant used for pilot training. After that, it was the Gazelle AH-1, a version used by the British Army adapted for light attack and anti-tank missions. Then we have the Gazelle Vivian, a French version equipped with thermal imaging sight for night operations. And we also had the civilian versions. In addition to military roles, civilian versions of the Gazelle have been used for utility and VIP transport. This aircraft can take 5 persons, a pilot and 4 passengers. Top speed is approximately 310 kilometers an hour, making it one of the fastest helicopters in its class during its era. It has an operational range of about 670 kilometers and a service ceiling of 16,400 feet, 5,000 meters. We are watching Juba Jube, and there as he climbs up, does a wing over, loops down, really putting this Gazelle through its paces and showing the capabilities of this super little helicopter. And there he's just hovering, and wave at him when he there reverses back, going backwards now. Just look how fast that helicopter, whilst it's climbing, he bunts the nose down, pulls out of it, and off he goes. And that whistling sound you hear, that's the turbines from the engine. Just watch how maneuverable the Gazelle is. If you look straight ahead, you'll see the BK117 approaching us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, making his debut here today, this is Gizmo. What a great guy he is. Lieutenant Colonel Jared Oliver, call sign Gizmo, born in Durban, husband and father of one, 40 years old. His hobbies are running. He joined the Air Force 2005, qualified as a pilot 2007. The aircraft is flown Pilatus PC-7, the Robinson 22 EC-120 Oryx, and the BK-117. He's a BCAT instructor on the BK-117, 2,300 flying hours, 730 hours on the BK-117. His flight engineer is Sergeant C. van Dalen. Was born on the 5th of the 5th, 1988. Raised in Hoedspruit, schooled at Hans Mareski. Joined the Air Force on the 21st of the 8th, 2007. He's a unit flight engineer. Watching now as he puts the aircraft through its paces. So he's doing the figure of 8. And he'll stop right in ground center. What I'm going to do now is I have master helicopter display pilot, Major Corey Wibberolse, right here with me. He flew for the president the other day. And Major Wibberolse and I go back many, many years. So I'm going to give him the microphone because he flies this display. And today, Colonel Oliver is flying it. Thank you, Major.
Thank you, sir. It's a bittersweet moment for me as well. Obviously, Colonel Oliver's first solo display, flying the BK-117 in front of this magnificent crowd. As you can see there, we'll start with the guppy turn towards the left-hand side, jacking all the way towards the right-hand side of the crowd, keeping his hands steady on the control. Colonel Oliver on the controls there with Sergeant van Dalen sitting in the left-hand seat. A very, very important role that he's fulfilling there, reading the gauges, making sure that the pilot is keeping his height, reading out the engine instruments, and then also going through the sequence with the pilot.
The initials BK stand for Bolko Kawasaki, and the project was officially launched in 1977. It was designed to combine the best elements of German and Japanese helicopter technology.
And Colonel Oliver continuing there with his guppy turn. He will stop crowd center now. And look at that magnificent machine. All the way from Port Elizabeth, 50 Squadron Charlie flight. Keeping it steady in the hover there. Very difficult with the BK-117 due to his rigid rotate. Continuing with the tower climb. And it will be followed by a break-off, setting up for a wing over.
Kawasaki built the airframe and drivetrain, while MBB was responsible for the rotor system and final assembly. It was initially marketed as a multi-purpose helicopter for both civilian and military roles.
Sergeant van Dalen there, then in the left-hand seat, talking Colonel Oliver through his paces, setting up for a wing over towards the right-hand side. He will be entering downwind and setting up for a torque turn.
The Kawasaki BK-117 is powered by 2 turbine engines. It typically uses Honeywell LTS-101 or Turbomaker aerial engines, depending on the variant.
As Colonel Oliver pitches up there for the torque turn, he will keep the pedal steady, easing in the controls, swinging the nose around his 90 degrees offset to the rise and rushing towards the ground, pulling it up nicely now, and he will be followed by a left turn out from crowd and then turning in towards crowd center.
This is incredible. The helicopter features a four-bladed, fully articulated main rotor, with its maximum speed being approximately 278 kilometers per hour.
A bit more about flight engineer Karel van Dalen. He was born in one military hospital in Pretoria. He was raised in Hoedspruit, attended Hoërskool Hans Marinsky in Tsenin. Matriculated 2006. He's got 1,300 hours on type. And he is a unit flight engineer qualified in air search. What's it? Air search and rescue. And then air sea rescue as well. Can Oliver pitching the aircraft up. And he will then either put her into a pedestal, feeling what the aircraft is doing, and continuing with the torque turn. He feels that the wind is nicely today. It doesn't have to go for the pedestal. He will be followed by a jinx and a steep turn towards crowd center.
And folks, the BK117 can carry up to 10 passengers depending on its configuration. And it came in several variants, each offering improvements in engine power, avionics, or payload.
Continuing with this steep turn past crowd center. He'll continue that turn now, then set up on crowd center, and then showing his appreciation with a bow. Furthermore, nothing of this could have been possible if it isn't for the magnificent ground crew of 15th Squadron Charlie flight, all the support elements that accompanied us on this AAD 2024.
The BK117 is widely used by law enforcement agencies for surveillance, patrol, and personnel transportation. Several countries use it for military operations, particularly in utility and reconnaissance roles.
I can Oliver bring her back into the harbor now in crowd center. He will keep us steady there for a few seconds. He will thank you all for coming out today, coming to look at the show, coming to see all the assets, all the display people flying. Also, thank you to all the ground crew, all the support elements. And as he gives you the bell, please give him a nice big wave.
The BK117 is also used in search and rescue missions due to its reliable performance.
The ground crew from 15th Squadron Charlie flight is Major Charlie, Warrant Officer Mbali, Flight Sergeant de Klerk, Flight Sergeant Reynolds, Sergeant Jacobs, Sergeant Majo, and then Sergeant Erasmus. Thank you, Colonel Oliver, Sergeant van Dalen. What a magnificent display, and we wish you well. All the best. This is also Colonel Oliver's first solo display at an air show. He will then continue now with a left-hand steep turn, setting up for a low-level fly pass, and then thanking you for coming out today.
The BK117 is highly favored in mountain rescue missions due to its high altitude capabilities and is known for its high mission availability in the emergency services roles. It is also used for environmental monitoring as well as surveying missions. The BK117 is considered to have one of the quietest operations in its class. Its high endurance and range make it suitable for long duration missions. The BK117 has been upgraded over the years with the latest avionics and navigation systems. That is the BK117 from 15th Charlie Squadron, Air Force Station, Port Elizabeth, in Gqeberha, Eastern Cape, South Africa. Thank you, Major Oberholzer.
Wonderful to see Corrie Oberholzer. I remember when he joined the Air Force and he was at Langebaanweg. We have a tradition at Langebaan that the youngsters have to tour with the Silver Falcons. They sell T-shirts and he was on a couple of the tours that I was on, and he had a lot of fun as a bicycle. And of course he moved up. You know how proud we are of you now. A frontline helicopter man, flew for the president the other day. You've done virtually every air show in South Africa, and you've done the Air Force proud. Everybody at 15 Charlie Squadron, well done.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we couldn't have done it without, again, the magnificent support of the Air Force itself, of the ground crew that makes sure that our aircraft is kept serviceable. It goes out of their way to make sure that we can attend these functions, even though we in between have to do search and rescues and do other taskings as well. So thank you to the ground crew. This air show is dedicated to you.
There you are. What a gentleman. What a gentleman. Did you ever, as a young Luti, as a bicycle, think that you would end up being a frontline helicopter display pilot at big shows like AAD, being televised, going out worldwide?
So it was always a dream, but it's a dream that's always been in the sky, and obviously you've got something that you work towards. So I'm very privileged, very fortunate, and I've been very blessed to be able to do this and to showcase what every staff pilot and ground crew member stands for.
Well, there you are. That's Major Corey Weberolse and the whole team at 15 Charlie. They're the BK guys.
Join the South African Air Force Motorcycle Association on Friday, 18 October for a thrilling charity run in support of yesterday's heroes. Our veterans at the Astor Housing Memorial in Dillersdorp, Pretoria. The mass ride kicks off from Airport Base Waterloo, cruising to Cartibos Pub and Grill in Gripen. Registration opens at 7 a.m. and we hit the road at 9 a.m. sharp. Expect a day packed with fun and excitement. Enjoy biker specials at the bar, lucky draws, tire throwing and slow drive competitions. Plus live entertainment from talented artists like Lionel, Whiskey Beatrice, Unit Pop, and Jerry Forward. All this for just 150 rand. All proceeds go directly towards improving the living conditions of our veterans. For more information, contact the boss at 082-826-0430. Don't miss out on this incredible event. Ride with purpose. Ride for our veterans.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now getting ready to show you another action show, this time with the South African Police Service, where we will be giving you a full-on demonstration of a hijack scenario. There's lots of shooting, there's lots of thunder flashes, there's police dogs, squad cars, helicopters, and aeroplane. It's all going to happen now, so come towards the crowd line and have a look. Getting out now is a happy family about to enter. Family in their car driving down on the highway. This could be any highway in South Africa. So here they're riding in their car, they on their way on a summer holiday. So while they're riding on their summer holiday and they're listening to Cliff Richard on the radio, we suddenly see the bad guys, and sadly, this is what happens all the time. You see, remember that I'm just using this length of runway, so it's a busy road. Little bit of hooting there, and suddenly the bad guys move in. Bad guys move in, they're following, they see, they want that car. This is so typical of a hijack scenario in South Africa. In fact, if you're following the news, you'll be fully aware of a hijack and hostage drama that's currently taking place. So there the bad guys are in that getaway Bucky. They're behind the car, and the guys are looking in their car. They realize they're being followed, and now they've got to take evasive action. So they're turning the car now. The bad guys following right down yonder. You see the headlights. You can pick the car up nicely. Suddenly they realize that they're being followed. They need to put out a call for help. So the call for help has gone out. Now this call has gone straight to the tracker center. That's now not the tracker center of Francois Stradom. It's the tracker center where they're out to assist you if your car gets attacked. So immediately now sitting there in those two vehicles, bad guys have got out. They're throwing thunder flashes. They are shooting. They got 9mm. They got AK-47. They want that vehicle. Tracker's been alerted. It's gone straight through to the 10111 center. It's through to radio control. All the radio control centers have got it. Francois made sure that nobody's on the frequency. It's clear, it's clean, and the signal goes straight through. Right. Time now to call in South Africa's A-team. Two fast vehicles from Tracker. So Tracker are now following. At this stage now they're sending through reports of what's going on. Hostage situation, high drama, armed with AK-47s. They've got a couple of R5s there, some stolen police weapons like Z88 and Beretta, 9mm. Turning around now. And now it's time for the guys in radio control to send help. Time now to call in the flying squad. These are the guys from squad cars. Watch these two squad cars on board. We've got members over there that are armed with R5s. At the same time now, we've also got the K9 unit. Straight away, we bring in the helicopter. On board there, we've got our counter-assault teams. This is an H125. We call it a squirrel in the police. Being flown here by Colonel Yaku Buerta. Yaku hails from our police unit stationed at Rand Airport. Now we watch as the helicopter's going to offer assistance. It's got 4 members of CAT on board. You can see a lot of flashing lights. Highway Patrol know exactly how to go for the intercept as they're moving along. These are guys with a mission to take out the bad guys. Yaku will offer air support. He'll turn around. Got an airborne law enforcement officer on board there. He's armed with an R5 and he carries a Beretta with him. Thunder flashes. These guys mean business down there. They just don't want to surrender. In the meantime, a bad guy's taken the Bucky, and he's escaping. That's the getaway Bucky. Escaping there. The chopper's going to have to go and help. Call in a second helicopter. Colonel Sivu Toa will be called in. He's on standby with the second helicopter at the heliport. We got the K9 there. They've got a Malinois. So we've got the dog out as well. Helicopter circling. He's going to go for the... He's going to go to cut off these guys. Sivu is going to go. The smoke that's thrown is red, indicating there's danger on the ground. Second squirrel will now orbit. We also use smoke to indicate to the helicopters so the pilots can see what the wind is doing. Look how nicely Sivu turns it. He's got an alio with him. David Pele is flying with Seba. Colonel Seba, the commanding officer there. Do you see the alio? Yeah, firing. He's shooting at the Bucky. Flying with Colonel Buerta. We're just trying to find out. We've got so many guys on duty today. Helicopters landed there. Right now we're going to call in for more backup while the bad guy's Bucky is being escorted down. More shots being fired. This is just an indication. You see how fast that BMW guy's hanging out there shooting with his 9mm. Shots being fired from the aircraft. Today on our Pilatus Porter, November India Tango, we've got Zeldin Thuli. She's on duty, flying out of Wonderboom. Zeldin Thuli. The intercept on our right-hand side. Helicopter stays in the hover. On the approach now is our Pilatus. It's a PC-6 built in Switzerland in the little tiny town of Stans, located not far from Zug and from Zurich. Magnificent factory there. 2 HS-125. Seba's flying a brand new one. Very proud to have been a member of the Police Air Wing for many years, having flown with Colonel Theo Mayer, most of my flying in Port Elizabeth. Zelda now coming in with a Pilatus Porter. We had one in PE as well. Watch this for a short landing. You can land this in your backyard. She's got members of the counter-assault team that are going to help back up. Today we've given the turn to the counter-assault teams. We normally would use the police task force, or we would use NIU, our National Intervention Unit. Touches down nicely to Zelda. She'll keep the speed up where they need the backup. They're telling her on the radio. We use a whole lot of different radio systems. You see that long nose that houses a very powerful Pratt & Whitney PT6A-25. Gain green smoke, safe for Zelda to come in, safe for the cat. They're going to climb out now and back up. Just watch Zelda there for a short takeoff. Mission impossible. Look at this. Up she goes. What a short takeoff. And you'll see on the top of the wing we've got police in either English or Afrikaans. Still got that developing firefight down the bottom. Out there we've got our brand new Squirrel and we got the K9 unit. Incident that's developing down there. Two helicopters down there now, sorting out the scene. Sorting out down there at the moment. Two helicopters airborne, sees Elders circling out in the distance. Working with me here, colleagues, Captain Christo from Noorza and Warrant Officer Chops Hutting. Forming up now, right down in the distance there, it's going to be the highway fly through. Here they come along now. Let's give them a big wave. All those people down in the beer garden, give them a nice big wave as they come along here. Beautiful. South African Police, Highway Patrol, the car that was intercepted. Again, we've got Highway Patrol. K9 bringing up the rear. Now, a lot of you might wonder, what is going to happen to all those bad guys? Well, I'm going to leave it up to you to decide, but they're going to this place. You remember this?
We're just going to do a burner test first, and then we're going to lay out the balloons. We should be ready 5 o'clock. Just ask Brian that if he mentions us, he must please say Bill Harrop's original balloon safari. Bill Harrop's original balloon safari. If Brian is talking.
So folks, down here now, you see the hot air balloons being prepared. And it sounds to me like everybody's always saying, why don't we see Gripen? Why don't we see Hawk? Well, it sounds like we're going to have 8 fighters. 8 fighters in the sky at the same time. So don't go away. 8 fighters. Very, very big welcome to Colonel Francois Stradom and his team of signalers. They are the unsung heroes. They've sat in the cold up on the top of Skanskop, I think it is, and Radio Kop, and anywhere where there's a radio, they've been there, and they've been monitoring round the clock for any foreign, strange, unwanted frequency.
Folks, will Mrs. Nell please go to hangar number 2 for your bank card? Mrs. D.S. Nell, please go to hangar number 2 for your card. Thank you.
So, folks, a lot happening now. The hot air balloons that will be getting airborne over here, the preparation for the parade. And then I see we've got Roy Falk, he'll be shooting flares. We've also got 8 fighters in the sky at the same time. You're going to get beautiful photographs with a setting sun on a warm day here at Waterkloof. A beautiful way to close what has been a fitting day today. Once again, a very big thank you to everybody at ExecuJet. They were the official sponsors for the broadcast tower. This magnificent tower that we're working on. Yesterday, they provided the most unbelievable air conditioning you could ever think of. They maintained -8 degrees throughout the day. So what we're showing you now is how these guys will unfurl the balloon. They'll pull it out of the bag all the way up to the crown. The crown is at the top. The basket's on its side. They're going to take it out nicely. And then they're going to use a big fan to start inflating it, getting the envelope to open. And then they start heating it up. And you'll see how the balloon will lift. Want to know more about upcoming aviation events? Then follow Aviation Central on social media. Celebrating 15 years of wonderful work this month. Share the love for aviation at Aviation Central, official partner to Africa Aerospace and Defence and the South African Museum Air Show. Aviation Central, for the love of flying, with a
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EWCOP has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
What does it take to excel? What does it take to build trust in a demanding market? Almaz. Robust reliability through to true innovation. Functionality in engineering. Application with purpose, cutting down on operational costs. Whatever the cultivar, we have the solutions. One machine, multiple work. That's the Almaz difference.
What makes a reputable company? It's all in the approach. The approach to lead a demanding and competitive market. The approach to serve and excel. The approach to be cool in the line of applications. Building quality into every design. The attention to meticulous detail. Manufacturing for top South African brands. Cool line. It's in the name.
Created from a desire to serve an ever-growing industrial world, National Chains have a firm grip on the market with one goal in mind: building quality solutions. So our stamp of approval is visible in the strength and longevity of all the different heavy-duty chains and conveyor systems we manufacture. So we keep production machinery in motion in any industry. From mining to marine, we deliver. National Chains, industry leaders in manufacturing progress.
So, folks, if you want to get a photograph of two Bosbokker that are getting airborne, look to your right for the photographers. We're going to try and keep you well informed. Two Bosbokker that are going to be departing from the right-hand side. Two Bosbokker getting airborne, formerly operated by 42 Squadron. They were based at the Air Force Base, Potchefstroom. Lycoming engines. Both in their own unique color schemes. Now we're getting ready for a Huey. Oh, he's gone. Must say a very big thank you to Aubrey Krichler. Aubrey Krichler and I go back many, many years. He's one of the main guys at Canon South Africa. And Aubrey Krichler just sent the most incredible message. Thank you, Aubrey. It's people like you that make these shows an absolute pleasure. Fiona Hugo getting the photo of the day. Poor old Charles, her husband, he injured his foot, but he's standing on it. He's determined to capture the photos. Right beneath us here, what a lovely smile she's got. Major Marie Woodendal. Sat through a meeting with her the other day. Marie Woodendal, right here beneath us. Big smile, working very hard. Second in command of this Air Force base over here, standing next to me. Where are these photographers? Here's a good photo. This is the second in command. Come and stand over here. There you are. So we've had...
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EWCOP has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence cop, cell cop, alarm cop, cable cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Fun. It was like 50 feet, 100 feet in those days, so it was nice.
You then went on to become the officer commanding 28 Squadron, Hercules. We flew together, we worked together.
Yeah, the Hercules is my favorite aircraft, and but now that youngsters has taken over, and I must just serve the SAF from the base level, so I love it.
Well, congratulations. Lovely to be on your base. And we've had a good stay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Casa 212 from 44 Squadron Air Force Base Waterloo. He is taking off for a sweets drop. Shortly, he'll be dropping some sweets for the young ones. Depending on the weather, I will let you know where exactly the sweets are going to be dropped. Expect some wonderful goodies, young ones.
So this is a lot of fun because we're going to have about 500 parachutes with buckets of sweets. The
That's
cars
affirmative, Brian.
Eh? Am I right? So what they're going to do now is they're going to fly through and do a test run. This is the cars that are checking the test run. So all the little ones, you must have a very good look, because when those parachutes come out, and if it comes over your way, you are going to get buckets of sweets.
That's correct. The cargo, the Casa 212 is a light cargo transport capable of short takeoffs and landings from unprepared airfields. The air crew in this Casa 212, we have the commander, Major Beki Shabanku. He is an A category instructor. He flew the PC-7, Charlie 172, PC-12. He flew the Caravan as well as the King Air. And is originally from Zinti in Mpumalanga province, South Africa, with a total amount of over 3,500 hours. There we go. Those are the... Oh, it's actually just testing the wind. Major Shabangu is flying with the co-pilot, Lieutenant Mpaka, who flew Lima 39, Antonov 26, and he's currently on the Casa 212. Lieutenant Mpaka is originally coming from Hammanskral in Gauteng with a total amount of 1,500 flying hours. The load master for this Casa 212 is Sergeant Ramajela. The sergeant flew or was part of the Dakota and currently is on the Casa 212. He's also originally from Hammanskraal in Gauteng province with a total amount of over 3,800 flying hours. The Casa 212 is used for a variety of roles, including transport, maritime patrol, and search and rescue. This beautiful platform first flew on the 26th of March, 1971, and it was developed and manufactured by Construcciones Aeronauticas S.A. Casa, a Spanish aerospace manufacturer. The length of the Casa 212 is about 21.8 meters. Its height is around 7.9 meters. The Casa now returning from the southern side and is powered by two Garrett Tango Papa Echo 331 turboprop engines. And each engine produces about 1,000 horsepower. He's returning now to try again, checking the wind. The cruising speed of the Casa is around 300 various military and civilian operators around the world. And folks, they're and park right here in front of us and offload the sweets packets. Folks, the aircraft's landing gear is retractable, which helps improve aerodynamic efficiency. So the Casa 212 is also used for training pilots in all various operations. Among the other capabilities of the Casa 212, it makes it suitable for search and rescue missions and is used for maritime patrol and surveillance tasks.
Lovely to welcome Major General Clormore up here with us. He's the current GOC.
All young ones, the children are invited to
So
report to the
General,
northern side.
wonderful
of
to
the
have you up
show
here
box.
with us. What are your
Meaning
impressions
on the
of
other
what
side,
you've
to your
seen
further
today?
right, those of you,
must
on the,
be-
who are on the left-hand side of the show box.
Sorry. We have a general, we have a lieutenant colonel, and we have confusion. General's just been upstaged by a lieutenant colonel. General, what are your impressions? At least we can laugh. In other countries, you'd be shot.
No, thank you very much, Brian. I think everything went very well. The organization, the flying, and the display, the static display, the capability demo, everything went very, very well. Thank you very much with your team. We always appreciate you coming here and make this event a special one. Thanks to you and your team. We hope to see you very soon. Let me not disclose when, very soon.
I'm a mandala. General, thank you. It's nice working with you. We worked together in Durban. We've worked together all over the show. You do a good job, and you can walk around here with your head held high. Your people have done well. Salute.
All right, let's make sure we play it very safe. Let's take care of our young ones. The streets will be enough for most of us.
Arivone bana bothe khabatendeliwe ba dengange no tsina box a phonera kho broadcast arione malegere akuda tshifhinga tsha malegere zwi mara ri songo tendelana u sia wana u ṱuwa ṅwana a ṱuwa a yeṱhe lini a ri muṱhogomele ri mufara.
Vir al die jonges, hier so al die jong kindertjies, as julle nou hardloop, kom op hier na die toring se kant toe. Hier's lekker goed agter in daai vliegtuig en hulle gaan dit vir u gee. We're doing this in every language we can. English, Afrikaans, Venda, Sesotho, Xhosa, Zulu, Tswana.
Ka Sepedi re re bana ba ga borena le beakanyeditswe maswitsi dipompong ntho tse monate ka letlhakoreng le la leboa la showbox ya rena batamelang gona le gone khumana ntho tse monate tse le tlang go di thabela netefatsang gore le a bolokega tlhokomelanang le lena le itlhokomele maswitsi ya gona for lena kaofela re a leboga.
Ka Setswana ra le dumedisa re re siannang ko bokone mo re leng teng mona le tlo bona gore lona bana le tlo tsa dipomponenyana fo le tshware monate and se ka la diphuphura tlheng le tlo senya meno bona mona le utlweletse motho o tshakgang kgakalanyana fa le ko Phokeng motse o montle wa Phokeng gone mo Rustenburg ko bokone bophirima.
All right, wonderful people, please make sure you're not gonna cross the barriers. The sweets will come to you. And parents, let's make way for our kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, right beneath us here, we see Major General standing, waiting for the officials to arrive. They're being bussed in for a very important ceremony right in front of us here, in front of the media pen. See the Chief of the Air Force right beneath me here. All the various organizations, the three organizations that make up this incredible event. So right beneath me, I see the Chief of the Air Force. I see the GOC. I see the Head of Communications, Brigadier General Donovan Chetty. I'm sure that the MC will introduce the dignitaries that are right beneath the tower here. So right beneath us, on this podium, the handing over ceremony will take place. To the right of us, there must be 5,000 happy children that are all waiting to get a little parachute with a bucket of sweets.
Has your vehicle been stolen while parked, or have you been hijacked? EW Cop has designed the ultimate solution to prevent this and protect your loved ones.
Early warning technology is the only way to protect your assets. Fence Cop, Cell Cop, Alarm Cop, Cable Cop, and many more cannot be compromised by signal jammers, cannot be discovered by sniffers, and these solutions do not use GPS and GSM technology, with accompanied recovery services included and also utilizing drone technology. We can protect your assets proactively. Call us today for a detailed demonstration and quotation to discuss your requirements.
Application with purpose, cutting down on operational costs. Whatever the cultivar, we have the solutions. One machine, multiple work. That's the Almaz difference.
Want to know more about upcoming aviation events? Then follow Aviation Central on social media. Celebrating 15 years of wonderful work this month. Share the love for aviation at Aviation Central, official partner to Africa Aerospace and Defence and the South African Museum Air Show. Aviation Central, for the love of flying with a uniquely South African flavour.
Like that, General. Yeah, I'm going to get him up here. You can just sort that out. Sure. Can you stand from right to left? Oh, receiving, right? I'm receiving. Receiving. This side. No, I'm receiving it. I'm receiving the scroll, okay, and then handing over to you. You receive the scroll from the seat. From no, from. So what is giving it to you? Yeah, what I'm saying is that the third scroll is drop it. Yeah. You come down, you land, you come up, you salute the chief, you hand over the scroll. Correct. Then the chief will hand the scroll over. Once I finish, this thing must be removed. Yeah, I'm going to come. Okay.
Chief of the South African
National Defense Force General Ruzwane Mapanya, members of the Military Command Council, members of the Air Force Command Council, Department of Defense Chief Coordinator, Major General Dlomo, and his team, Officer Commanding Air Force Base Waterkloof, Brigadier General Tim Mukwena, and the Base Command Council, Captains of Industry, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished delegates. As we gather here today at the conclusion of the 12th edition of the Africa Aerospace and Defense 2004 exhibition, I stand before you filled with gratitude and pride. It is an honor to serve as your host, and I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you who has contributed to the success of this remarkable event. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our organizers, whose dedication and commitment have transformed this vision into a reality. Your meticulous planning and attention to detail have ensured that we have experienced a seamless and enlightening event. As the saying goes, open quote, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success, close quote. Your teamwork has enabled us to this successful gathering. To our international delegates and exhibitors from across Africa and the globe, thank you for honoring our invitation and joining us at the Air Force Base Waterkloof. Your presence here is a testament to the importance of collaboration and partnership in the field of aerospace and defense. In the wise words of Nelson Mandela, open quote, it always seems impossible until it is done, close quote. Together we have proven that our collective efforts can lead to greater understanding and cooperation in addressing the challenges we face. I would also like to express my deepest appreciation to the various defense establishments and industry leaders that have participated in this exhibition. Your innovative contributions and insights have enriched our discussions and provided invaluable perspectives on the future of aerospace and defense in Africa. As we move forward, let us remember the words of Albert Einstein, open quote, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity, close quote. Together, we can seize the opportunities ahead and collaborate towards a more secure and prosperous future. To our exhibitors, thank you for showcasing the latest technologies and advancements in our field. Your hard work and ingenuity inspire us all to strive for excellence and push the boundaries of what is impossible. The knowledge shared will undoubtedly pave the way for future innovations that will enhance our capabilities and strengthen our partnerships. I would like to acknowledge the support of our stakeholders and sponsors. Your belief in the vision of this event has been instrumental in making it a reality. Your commitment to investing in the future of aerospace and defense in Africa is commendable. Last but not least, the air and ground crews who tirelessly practice through inclement weather to produce a spectacle of professionalism and expertise we shall never forget. Well done, and all the display teams, well done. As we conclude this significant gathering, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and camaraderie that we have fostered here. May we continue to work together to build a safer, more secure, and technologically advanced Africa. I leave you with a quote from Winston Churchill, open quote, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue our journey together, close quote. As we strive towards excellence in aerospace and defense. As we stand on the threshold of AAD 2026, we proudly commemorate Armscor successful tenure as the lead partner. Their exceptional leadership and unwavering commitment have paved the way for the continued progress and collaboration in the defense and aerospace industries. With gratitude and pride, we now hand over the responsibility to CASA, our newly appointed leader for AAD 2026. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. This ceremonial exchange marks the continuation of a shared vision, driving innovation, partnership, and growth in the years ahead. Uhambo lwethu oluhle, uthando lwekhaya lethu luhlale nathi ngesikhathi sonke. Uma nifisa ukuza nibuye ngo-2026, namukelekile kakhulu. This translates to safe travels, and may the love of our Air Force home always be with you. You will always be.
So ladies and gentlemen, now with the official handing over, thank you to the Chief of the Air Force. We now have Lieutenant Colonel Laurel Thatcher, and it is a tradition that the scroll is handed over. One of the finest skydivers in South Africa, Laurel Thatcher. Look how he's going to approach, right to be on target, on time. Gently flares it. He's going to come right to over here where we are. He'll do a stand-up landing. When you're good, you're good. Just look at that. Colonel Laurel Thatcher, he has with him the scroll, which will now be handed over to the new team that will be presenting the forthcoming AAD, the president of CASA, standing here waiting to acknowledge. Just taking off his parachute. He has that scroll. For Laurel Thatcher, it's all in a day's work. The pressure is on, and he lands right where the chief is standing. When the chief needs the best, he gets people like Laurel Thatcher and the Silver Falcons. Just having his hair done, putting on his makeup, putting his beret on. Can't come to the chief not dressed properly. Now watch how he marches, like a true parabat. Right in front of us here now. He'll march forward, halt, salute. The general acknowledges. He hands the scroll that has dropped in. Waiting now for the handover. Handed over now to Arms Corps. And what a great job they've done. And once again, the pressure is now on CASA. As they receive the scroll, let's give them a big round of applause. 2026 will be the next Africa Aerospace and Defense. And I leave you with the fact that we're lucky we do this today, because if we did it yesterday, that scroll would have been so cold, they wouldn't have even been able to hold it. We thank our Senior officials on the dais, they will step down. 16 to 20 September 2026. Colonel Tele, would you grace us with your presence, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you look out over on the other side, you'll see that there's not a fighter jet in sight because they're all going to be in the sky. All the Gripens are going out, all the Hawks are going out. This is going to be a huge formation which you are about to witness. Paragliders, hot air balloons. It's all happening here as the sun starts to set. over what has been an incredible day, especially in the wake of yesterday. I want to say a very big thank you to the team at Expo Solutions, Craig and the whole team at Expo Solutions, who have really gone out of their way to help us. Believe me, Expo Solutions is a world-class operation, and they really know what they're doing when it comes to working on major events like this.
That is the three-ship Gripen formation. The name of this posture is called Vic formation. And the leader is Lieutenant Colonel Pumelela Nzuta, call sign Rogue. Operations Officer at 2 Squadron, Air Force Base Makado in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Three-ship formation of lady pilot trainer at 35 Harvard Flight School, Air Force Base Makado in South Africa. Hawks are coming. Another formation of Hawks that will be taking off on runway 01.
No problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, so far we have 5 Hawks, Airborne and 3 Gripen aircraft. They're all preparing themselves for a mass fly past, and the direction of the fly past will be from the west to the east, from our front to the rear. Stand by for the mass fly past.
Finding them. I walked away from my camera, that's all it.
And Fox, Casa 212 is preparing himself to land onto runway 01.
So we're waiting now for the Flying Lions for their sunset show. We are waiting for the mass fly past.
you're ready. Number 2, 3, 4.
And you've got me and you live.
Thanks, Brian. And we're diving to the left.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome the Flying Lions with their sunset display. Go. 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 Level up.
Rolling straight. Smoke on, go. Smoke on, go. minus stroke growth. Turning left. You're going to have to come back to that point. Okay, I'm back at 20 inches now. Go again. Right. Okay. Loading straight to diving. Smoke on go. Turning right. Smoke off. Diving to the right. Smoke on go. Up. Rolling straight. Smoke off. Let go. Turning left. Diving. Rolling straight. Smoke on go. Turning left and pitching up. Smoke off. Diving to the left, steeply, smoke on go. And pitching up and rolling straight, smoke off. Turning left. Diving to the left. Smoke on go. Okay, fast roll, slow, keep it tight. sight enough of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as it's time to say goodbye, the flying lines led here by Ellis Levine at number 2, Arnie Meneghelli, at number 3, Sean Thackeray, and at number 4, Andrew Blackwood Murray. The flying lines in a final salute from the civilian side of AAD. My name, Brian Emmons.
I'm putting my anti-collision on so you can see me. Okay, thanks Brian, thanks everyone, thanks for a great weekend, we'll see you again. Thank you, I'm going to go check out with Box and we'll see you later. Thanks for everything, Brian. Hey, Brian. Thanks, Brian, and to your team.
Folks, so the show is not over. That was just the civilian section with time to say goodbye as we say cheerio to the flying lions. Coming up next will be the Roy Falk firing flares. You are in for the treat of your life on the show tonight. And from here we go to Roy Falk, and from Roy Falk we go to the mass fly past of 8 fighter aircraft. And I believe that Colonel Joyce, what a lady, she just...
Turn hard left and you'll see.
She actually negotiated that they quickly pull out the spare hawk. She said, come on, Kachima, quick guys. I'm having so much fun here. I need 9 aeroplanes, like the Red Arrows. So, Joycey, well done. You got 9 aircraft, eh?
AFM Brian. Prowler is also preparing himself for a takeoff to go and join the 8th ship, which will now be the 9th ship of fighter jets from Air Force Base Makado. 6 Hawks, Mark 120 lead-in fighter trainers, plus 3 Gripens.
And if you look at the names of the people that are in these formations, we got Bulldog, we got everybody out there, Spartan. These are all the guys who've flown shows before. Midnight is there, Musa Mbakonto. We got everybody. How can you do a show without me? There we go.
And that is Prowler, Lieutenant Colonel Logie. Officer Commanding 85 Combat Flight School in Makado.
Absolutely incredible. Well, I'm glad the sun came out, because last night, this time, they would have had to hang us out to thaw. So we're just waiting now. Brown, if you go and look on ADSB, I think the guys are, if you're on flight radar, I think there will be some of these aircraft squawking so that you can see where they are. And once again, we have just got so many people to say thank you to. You heard the chief saying thank you. And of course, from our side, as we see the Roy Falk getting airborne. There are many people that have worked so hard behind the scenes. And they are the people that never get thanked, they never get recognized. So as we're waiting, what?
The commander of this Rifle Combat Support Helicopter is Major Corney Stadler, as Brian has stipulated, call sign Stifler. He received his wings in the year 2008. He joined 16th Squadron in 2015. Currently standing on a total of 2,000 military flying hours, and currently is working at the squadron as an operational test and evaluation officer.
Yes, this is the Roy Falk of the sharp end of the Defense Force, a leader in a combat helicopter flying, our Roy Falk from 16th Squadron, Hlaselani in Bloemfontein.
Together with Stifler, we have the weapon system operator, Lieutenant Colonel O.G. Mutwane, officer commanding at 16th Squadron Air Force Base Bloomsbury, who joined the South African Air Force in the year 2005, January, currently standing on a total of over 3,500 flying hours.
The sound that you hear now, it gives pride as it approaches the troops. When they hear it in the battlefield, they get excited to know that they will conquer there in the battlefield.
Lieutenant Colonel Mutwane is the A category instructor.
Watch now as he's going to do the bow for all the important people that are in attendance today. The initial bow is saluting in attendance, just to thank everyone who's here in attendance today.
Hello, Roy Falk.
Brilliant as he's keeping steady up there, doing a yaw-turn. Hard work inside the helicopter, combination of applying cyclic and collective.
The Rifle Combat Support Helicopter is a combat helicopter developed by Denel Aviation of South Africa. It's known for its advanced design and capabilities, and it is a critical asset in the South African Air Force.
As much as he's doing his tower climb, hovering, and then also turning, inspecting the area behind, in front, doing a 360.
Roy Falk is an attack helicopter designed for anti-armor and close support missions.
This maneuver is going to be followed by a low fall of right pedestal.
And the Roy Falk was officially introduced into service during the year 1999. And this name, Roy Falk, means red kestrel in Afrikaans.
Let's watch now as he's going to come crowd center and he's going to demonstrate side tracking left and right, displaying his skills, which takes time to perfect. And the second bow that will come next will be to greet everyone as well. Let's see as he show us that the helicopter can move sideways, that he's keeping it facing to the east all the time. There's a great application of the radar and cyclic at the same time.
The design of the Rafale is based on the French Aerospatiale Puma helicopter that it features a robust and durable airframe suitable for the combat environment. The Rafale Combat Support Helicopter is powered by two turbomaker Makila 1K2 turboshaft engines. And each engine provides approximately 1,357 kilowatts.
And now he's turning on to a fast rearwards tracking to demonstrate also the ability of what the helicopter can do, which is going to be followed by low nose forward into forward flight.
The Rafale can carry the bomber anti-ground missiles and other guided munitions. And the cannon can fire at a rate of up to 740 rounds per minute. The Rafale is equipped with a nose-mounted sighting system for targeting, and it features advanced avionics, including GPS, navigation systems, and communication suits. And the cockpit of the Rafale is armored to protect against small arms fire.
Let's watch as he comes also again to the cloud center, and he should be giving us the power again. Lights on, turning on the lights. And then he's going to wave everyone. He's just saying thank you to the crowd for attending AAD 2024.
You are welcome, Rafale.
Let's wait, and he still has a huge surprise for everyone before everyone can be parked.
The Rafale is capable of night operations with advanced night vision systems.
All these cameramen, get your cameras ready. This is going to be the shot that's going to adorn the front pages of major newspapers and magazines, electronically and print. You are going to get the photograph you want.
Let's watch as he's pitching up to build up speed. We need speed. He needs speed as he's going to push on the cyclic, pushing forward. It's coming, ladies and gentlemen. Get your cameras ready. Wipe the lenses and put it on video mode. Focus as he's got speed, as he's pitching up. Next time in. Let's go for it.
That is the Rafale Combat Support Helicopter from 16th Squadron Air Force Base, Bloomsbury.
Now in
Bloemfontein, Free State,
yes,
South Africa.
That is the pride of the South African National Defence Force, our combat attack helicopter from the South African Air Force Helicopter Systems. We thank you, ladies and gentlemen, from the helicopter line. I'm Major Riaduwa Mareba. See you, AAD 2026.
So we've still got a little bit of a gap. And I want to say a very big thank you to Colonel Pat Sele and his whole team. What an incredible team. Not once did anybody up here raise a finger or have anything awful to say. They controlled it through the worst weather conditions, and they made it an absolute pleasure. This is world class, what we had up on this tower, the cooperation, and just the spirit of working together was incredible. A big thank you to both the civilian side and the military side, and of course these controllers who just went out of their way. The commentary teams that were made up of military, big thank you. Come in from all over, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work alongside you. You want the mic? So I gotta love this. This is the best message of the whole week that I've been here. So down below us is Colonel Tsele's family. They've traveled all the way up from KZN. And they, come on, I gotta hear you. The Tsele family. He's got the biggest supporters you could ever wish to. Photographs being taken up here to remember the teams that have worked so hard. Fighters are on the run in. Let's get you into the mood for the biggest fighter formation.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that the 9-ship formation of the fighter jets, consisting of 6 Hawk Mach 120 leading fighter trainer aircraft and 3 Gripen aircraft, will be approaching from west to east in the next few minutes. Stand by, get your cameras ready. 9-ship of the fighter jets from Air Force Base Makado at exactly 60 seconds. 1 minute to go. Stand by for the fly past by the military jets.
Affirmative. Remember, west, it's going to be straight ahead where you're facing, in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, where the display has been happening. Do not forget to hashtag AAD 2024.
Check, they're coming. 9-ship of the fighter jets. 6 Hawk plus 3 Gripen.
You don't want to miss this, ladies and gentlemen. Cameras ready.
Beautiful.
Video mode. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. I love this African National Defense
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in the military. That's how we do it.
From the military side, ladies and gentlemen, from my Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Choroma, together with Major Realingwe Maleba and the team from Capital Sound. It was a great pleasure to work with you, gentlemen, and thank you so much. Until we meet again in 2026, I thank you.
See you again, 2026. We shall be jumping in
Well, we told you it would be special. So, folks, as you leave here, I just want to say thank you to the team that worked with me, co-presenters here today, Leon Duplessis and Ophelie Kaglegi, Beverly Eminis, who looked after all the research. Downstairs, our executive producer, who's been working non-stop since Saturday afternoon, Roger Kutsia. Our engineer, who has about 7 hours of packing to do, Wesley van Sale, out on the remote van. A big thank you to Philip Smith, and with Philip in his sector, we've had Francois. A big thank you there to Francois, and along with him was Elvis. Across the way, we had young Mr. Scott doing a great job, and he'll be shutting down there shortly. Big thank you, buddy. Well done. On the far side now, Michael Rusher, and he's working with Philip Scott. In the middle, Leon Skitter. On the right-hand side, Robert Wilson. And that, of course, is the team. As you leave, we are going to have fireworks. This will be a day to remember. So thank you, Benji Scott. You'll be shutting down on the other side. And then, of course, Francois Skitter, Elvis Manene, and Philip Smith down in their sector. Big thank you to the guys from Expo Solutions. Incredible. Up here, each and every person that we worked with. From myself till hopefully we see you somewhere in the future. Good night and cheerio.
With a specialized aircraft ready for service, we offer unparalleled flexibility and safety for dangerous goods transport. Our successful gold-level aviation safety awards underscore our commitment to safety, excellence, and compliance with IATA and regulation. The reinstatement of our Part 121 certification will enable the transport of larger loads of dangerous goods and passengers, and provide today to ensure your hazardous materials are extreme hands. The Gibson Starbucks safety, excellence, and peace of mind in every life.
Folks, just beneath the tower, there's a company called Munchbox, and they are going to be selling off food, delicious food. Munchbox, I think it's at half price. So if you come to the foot of the tower, the ExecuJet Broadcast Center, Munchbox, you come down there, there's a lot of good food. Thank you, Gavin Keegan. And thank you, Lucy Bale, and absolutely every single person at that ExecuJet stall, to all the exhibitors, to all the participants, to all the workers, each and every person that has worked on this show, thank you and good night.